afternoon, everyone, or evening, or whatever time you're watching us at. It's Sparks here, back for more FF14. Last time around, we wrapped up some things with my character in sorry, brain is not working right. We wrapped up some things relating to my main character's story, and I thought it might be fun to start up a new character and play through the game from the beginning. To this end, I will be making a character modeled after the default Warrior of Light. So, yeah, let's do this. So first, Pure. Now, let's see. What kind of okay. Midlander. Okay. So, Pure Highlander, height 50, which sets him at 175 centimeters. What is that in freedom units? I say, because I'm British and don't know. Let's get that in inches. Wow, he's only 5'8". Huh. Thought he was taller than that, but oh well. Alright. Then okay, let's continue. Then muscle tone, the default 50, face, type 1, skin tone. Would really help if I could get some guide on this. Okay. Second, so skin tone 2, 3. Apparently is the closest. Hairstyle. I don't think it's this one. I think it's... that one is his. Yeah, that looks right. Then eye color. They're saying 1.5. Yeah. Sorry, hair color is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, that looks a bit bright for him. Any other takers? Apparently that's... I'd say that's a bit closer. Yeah. Jaw. Let's see, what have we got? Type 1? Yeah, type 1. Eye shape. Also type 1. Yep. Iris size. Large. Eye color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's a bit too pale for him, really? One moment, I gotta see if I can get a better picture of him. Yeah, his eyes are more of a bluish color. Yeah, that sort of pale... Actually, yeah, no, I think that blue is more accurate. Eyebrows... Nose... Mouth... You'll leave his lips alone. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. Hair color. Hold on, I just want to check something about hair color. Somebody else is saying that his hair is closer to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Two, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. No, yeah, what I said. 19.2. One, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. Exactly what I said. Wow. Okay. Well, for facial features, we're going to let him have the... facial hair. Yeah, that actually kind of looks like him. A younger version of him, maybe. But it's probably as close as I'm going to get, unless I can find any other options. Let's see if there's anyone. Alright, let's try rephrasing my question. How to make Harvard? Okay, let's try this again. Oh, hello. What's this? Yeah, we're going to spend a bit of time in character creation. Okay. Male Hure. Hure. Midlander. Male. Height. Muscle tone. Face. Actually, his face is number 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then his skin 2, 3 is right. Hairstyle. I mean, this is the right hairstyle for him. And yeah, 9'7" is the right one. Jaw, type 1. Eye shape, type 1. Large, 19.2. 1, 1, 1. Lip color, not specified, so I'm going to leave alone. Facial features. I only see him with with a chin stubble in the pictures. Yeah, close-up gives him chin stubble, but nothing else. No tattoos. And no face paint. Voice. Okay. Okay. Which voice type sounds closest to Arbert. Actress, voice 3. Got it. That works. Alright, now let's see if we can find out any other information about him. Okay, so his birthday, 26th son of the first astral moon. I'm gonna have him represented by Azuma because that one is the one that's most closely associated with a Zem. Actually. And he's a marauder. So I will have him start off as that. Hey, Nano. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna go with that. Wait, why would I select Moogle? I'm in Omega. Alright, time to put in his name. I'm hopeful that this name is not already taken, but it would not surprise me at all if it is. That's fine. I still want to go by Artbert, but we'll go with a different surname. Azem is the name of our original counterpart, isn't it? Ba, ba, ba. All right. This should be fun. We are going to use all of the classes at some point, and I fully intend to have my character to use Viper as my main again. But at least at the beginning, we'll use Arbert's class. There he is. I do like his outfit, the default one he starts with. It looks nice.
Here. Here. Feel.
It's been years since I've done this content, so I'm not going to remember most of it. A vision of what he could be someday. Oi, you alright, lad? Grizzled passion. You were moaning your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Rolling of the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Doesn't seem like seasickness now that I look at you. It'll be the ether then, I reckon. Some are more sensitive to stuff than others, see. We ain't too far from Reborn now, which is chock full of etherites. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Might as well have been blooming seasickness, ships leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck, get myself a breath of fresh air. These elements are still a fair way off, in case you're wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how about you keep me company till we get there? The youngins don't much care for conversations, see? Anyway, Brennan's the name and Pedlin's my trade. I love the design of the ships. Also, yeah, it's kind of cool that we get to see Alpha and Alize on the ship that's taking them there. Smell that salty sea breeze. Judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you're one of them new adventurers. Am I right, Warm? I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business these days. Especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? To amass a fortune. Fortunate? Well, it's a dream we've all had at one time or another. Once you've learned to handle yourself in a fight, you'll want to pay a visit to whichever crafter and gathering guild tickles your fancy. Limsamin's is renowned for its smithies and armorers, not to mention its fisher folk. And then there's its cooks, of course. Adventuring ain't just about killing things, after all. A peaceful pastime may well help you make your fortune. Just remember, though, there's more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. True. Whoop. Ah! What's happening? Oh, goody, pirates. Ships off the starboard bow. Pirate colors. Pirates. Bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below. What is the world coming to? Pirates found a ship flying Laminson colors? Bastards either have a boatload of balls or bugger all for brains. The latter. You can rest easy, friends. We've made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark will catch this flight temperance once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleeding close. I'm glad one of us kept his head on his shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If them pirates gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head up on deck and have us a look, shall we? By the by, is this your first trip to Limsa? For my character, I'm going to say yes. It is? Well then, let's this journey return to tell you the ins and outs of your destination. Limsa prides itself on being Eorzur's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You never guessed she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folks ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with. Like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagin are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. Them are the sweet-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks, in case you didn't know. Ooh, that's the signal. At long last, land ho! Behold Limsa, nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlane, goddess of navigation.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Lotano Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer. Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlane.
Of course it has.
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
Sell stuff in my channel, get banned. And here's where we part ways, son. I'm off to the markets to learn me wares, then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become a sort of story personage that I brag about having met, and I'll consider us square.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on his life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Hey, you there. I mean you. This is my district and make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Scum? How dare? An adventure fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. One of Limb Siblings finds to set you on the right path. Hop to it, lad. I haven't got all day. Tutorial time, because the first 5 levels of the game are basically the tutorial. Welcome to Lisbon. It's a bustling sea filled with scoundrels and brigands, the rough-cut diamond, the Rotaro Sea. Please select the scroll scheme you wish to use. Ooh, hello. Remove your character and adjust the position of the camera. When you are ready to proceed, speak to Ruffloss. Initiating quest. To recognize the adventurer and seek safe limits of limits of you first register yourself with the Adventurers Guild. I'll be using a mix. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register the presence of the city. And without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some stinking alley. So, before you do anything else, get yourself over to Drowning Wench and enroll the Adventurers Guild. It's not far, just head straight down the streets and speak with Griffar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Baderon. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He might curse like an ill-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got that? Good. Now roll along and may the navigator guide you on your journey. We'll begin quest. Use the duty list to help. Okay. Okay. This is actually probably gonna be fun. But ha! First person mode. Okay. Okay, can I just drag these around? I can. Good. Wait, where's... Sorry, where is return? Okay, actions and traits menu. Main commands, duty commands, logs, social, party, travel, system, extras. Okay, where are those two commands I'm thinking of? Okay. Should be under General? Not yet learned, clearly. Okay. Yep, we can't explore properly yet. Okay. I played with keyboard and mouse for years, so playing it this way is going to take some getting used to. Welcome, Elizabeth. If you're in mind to just a drowning wrench, the crow's lip will take you there. Oh, why are you sad, Nano? What's up? Greetings to you, lad. What'll it be? Ah, but you ain't here for a drink, are you? You've come with a mind to try your own adventuring, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shortage of work here in Limsa. Name's Baderon, and this most hospitable of hostilleries is the Drowning Red Wench. It is also the home of the Venturers Guild here in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specifically for guild business, rising to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than winning the throats of irregulars. Venturers have a knack for finding trouble, see? Not that they need it in these parts on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, pirates on the inside will catch you instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course. If they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill a lot of us. This town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again and you'll see a people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who could blame them after everything that's happened? Eorzea took a mighty blow during the calamity. But our homes weren't the only things what got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice-damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories too. No one's been able to explain it in a way and makes an ons of sense. None of the folks what saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. It was all foggy, like recollections of an hard night on the ale. You can imagine why people might fear for the future if they can't rightly recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and that's the group of adventurers who had laid down their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, though, we ain't forgotten what they did for us. These goddamn calamities spawned memory loss, robbed us of their names. We won't even let us picture their damn faces. 'Tis like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding gale. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the odd gull. If this what got people calling these heroes the warriors of light. If this is ever gonna put this time of darkness behind us, it's gonna need adventurers to help banish the fear. It's gonna need new heroes like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them. And that's why any aid we can give to an adventurer is effort well spent. What say you, lad? You willing to lend us your strength? Yep, that's why I'm here. Me thanks to you, to the navigator and all. Knew she'd steered you my way for a reason. But listen to me yabbering on like a sun-touched fishwife. It's high time we got your mark in the book. Put your skull right there. Artbert Azeb, is it? A fine name it is. Congratulations, you're now an upstanding member of the Venturers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed on the last ferry, did you not? I did. The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description were on deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friend's signal, were you? Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong bloke. This fab-sagging young gent is my dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. Lad wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with such unsavory elements. Grandma's sister's niece's cousin's... My God. Is that right? You are surely aware of the recent kidnappings. Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time. Loyalty of any of our closest friends is in doubt. Ah, you make a good point there, officer. A very good point. Very wise. Needn't worry, though. I keep one eye open at all times. Me and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say you to a tankard of my finest ale before you return to your duties, eh? No watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope. Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Merifor, but that don't mean it won't get you good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on. So kick off them heavy boots, eh? You'll have to excuse these eager bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spat of kidnapping, see? And they ain't got a clue who's behind them. Naturally, they've taken to clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means venturers, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Laminsons can be an headstrong bunch of bastards, 'tis true. But given time, we'll grow on you. Now, where was I? Oh, aye. Welcome to Laminsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of my patrons after a few too many black-belly whiskies. Now, take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started with learning you the ways of the city. Close the introductory game tutorial. You have taken your first steps in adventure in the city of Linsa. Listen well to wisdom. Batter on 10 fingers, then go forth and discover the incredible adventure that awaits. Alright, next quest. Alright then, let's start you off nice and easy with 3 tasks that will help you get used to life here in Limsa. First, if you head down to a floor, then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. That's an aetheryte, the device what can move you from one place to another in the blink of an eye. And you know swifter way to travel, provided there's an aetheryte where you want to go to, of course. Have a chat with the yellow jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. Before you do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work till you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your venture bits and pieces for sale in the district, but lies beyond the aetheryte. Don't go throwing your gill around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker, and you can say, "Why's my coin purse so light?" Have a word with Swazvalate instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this old octant and he'll treat you well. For the last, to help a hint, I suggest you meet some fellow axe wielders at the Marauders Guild. Guarantee you'll learn a few new tricks for swinging that head splitter of yours if you join their crew. Blothada at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got that, lad? See into them 3 tasks. They'll take you a little jaunt around the city and help you work out where everything is. I'll best be getting on. Run along, eh? Bugger, there I go sending you off without telling you something crucial. That bike of mine has made a right mess of my memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Anyway, while you're out, if you happen to pass any poor sods what look like might need your help, consider giving their tale a woe a listen, eh? Sounds like a try a bit, but you never know what interesting opportunities could be lurking out there, just waiting for you to stumble on them. For example, Ninia over yonder's been casting glances at you since she waltzed in. Why not lend an ear to see what she has to say? Like to find yourself running out of errands in the beginning. Once you build a reputation as a man folks can trust, the jobs will get harder and the rewards more generous. If you have the time, I also seek the advice of a smith there in the wench. The lads bear that title has some fine advice for them what are just starting out in the profession. That, my lad, is how you go about becoming a legend among venturers. Alright, I think I'll start with that. To leave the Dragon Wench, you must accept the quest making a name by speaking with Ninia. For the presence is... can't till later. Okay. Well, would you look at this, a shiny new adventure. Listen close, lad. It's a mission made that just helped put you on the map here in Limsa. I was passing through Bulwark Hall below not long ago and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but they might have been the black market wares known as dream flowers. Limsa is a busy port, and all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How the plans end up in the mizzenmast? Who knows? Might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Speak to Skane Rail, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Do is pick up the herbs and take them to the Octant. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. Okay. Fine. You wish to visit Bulwark Hall below? The closed lift is ready to go. Crescent Moon Arnica will appear wherever you enter. You will crew a rested bonus. The bonus will continue to grow even if you are offline. All experience earned through battle, crafting, and gathering while under the benefit of resting bonus will increase by 50%. It's displayed on top of your experience bar. Much more experience can be earned before the bonus fades. The bar is blue and indicates your bonus will carry over the next level. Excuse me, sir, but might you have a moment or two to spare? See the type who enjoys being accosted for menial tasks. Of course, someone. The dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss. Be surprised if you hadn't heard of them. The sisters prefer not to advertise their presence here in Limsa, but provide a rather unique service of which the Brigare Consortium has recently been the beneficiary. I would have you deliver this package to their doorman, along with our profuse gratitude. Give the yours you wish me to examine. Yes, as you suspected, these are the highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are the prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Forgive me, I would not resist the jest. These herbs are not more than lavender, a common enough export. Probably spilled from crates that were loaded onto my very own ship. I think someone has been having a bit of fun with you, son. Not to worry, you've learned a few things and made a new acquaintance. Well met. By way of thanks for delivering my scarred laver, I have a nugget of information that may prove useful to you. You see, I have recently approached by an unkept seafarer, which is not, I admit, particularly unusual for a man of my profession. Usual was that he offered a generous sum of gil to be introduced to any adventurers I might know. In my experience, sailors are not known to carry such a wealth of coin about, the person especially with the alehouse of Lisbon so close at hand. Kidnappings have not been uncommon these past moons. I suggest you take this information and speak Glazarail, the guard who stands at the entrance to East Hawker's Alley. Hers to show a spirit of cooperation to the authorities, lad. Let's tune to the Aetheryte. And a cutscene plays. Another novice adventure. Hey, Baderon has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. I have Sundermail, one of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping the peace in the city. He's also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They are primarily used as a means of travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport, the most common transportation spells, make direct use of the Aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune himself to each one. Once you have expanded your horizons beyond the walls of the city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. The Aetherites found in and around the city sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about Aetherites or transformation magic, I will be here to answer your questions. To the Aetherites, you may use the return spell. There it is. Sweetnix is beauteous, gaudy, and craftsmart trade maker. Sweetnix makes busy deal with uplanders. Need deliver a letter to gate Melavane, but Sweetnix has shiver chicks. Uplander walk to give Mel for his week, so I'll deliver a letter to trader. Yeah, I can do that. But first, no, that's not the person I need. Mail carrier must unlock later. That is disturbing news. Your initially appreciated adventure. I'll have the captain place the yellow jackets on high alert. And while I have your ear, I need you to visit. Tell her the same thing you told me. I'll find her a bit further down. East Oak gets frequent dealings with adventurers. Gave her should soon spread throughout the city. Okay. Fine day to you, sir. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the ground realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders, born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate upon the unrivaled quality of merchandise, must tend to some cargo but recently arrived on the docks. They're a gift from Baderon? Whatever could it... my octant! I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicating memories. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and whatever better recompense of the wisdom of a master merchant. It is simple and sturdy adventure equipment you seek, and need look no further. The east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. Goes without saying, the Hawker's Alley builds stalls specializing in tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potions and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. But verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the market for yourself. You, sir, adventurer, I have work for you. I would have you pose a customer and survey the market's current prices. Did not see you balk at so simple a task. All you do is strike up a conversation with the shop owners and glance over their wares. There are 3 merchants interested: Iron Thunder, Kukurin, and Sinnehill. Write down all you see on this price list and hand it to a basin on West Locker's Alley. She'll reward you for your service. Greetings, sir. May I interest your service of return? What's this? Some suspicious seafarers on a proud for gullible adventurers.
possible suspect in recent givebacks, you think? Well, I'll be sure to pass on that warning to my customers. But with all the merchants and travelers milling through Gawker's Alley, these kinds of unsavory activities can often go unnoticed. Okay, so I promise to keep a sharp lookout for anyone being accosted by strange-looking sailors. Think you have come downstairs. Okay, so I can't get a retainer until later. Well met, lad. Cast your peepers over these beauties. Not a spot of rust to be found. Every piece fresh from the forges of Nalkig and Vinelli. Your welcome's welcome, customer. Loves his lovely trade. Goods are made. Aww. Cute. Fine day, sir. What kind of interest you? Why you seem interested in almost everything, don't you? Is it one of those investigations? Well, I have nothing to hide. You're the one who made a list for Swablot? Well, let's have it then. Nothing wrong with Marcus as far as I can tell. We oftentimes get pirates selling stolen goods at cutthroat prices, and that drives the numbers down right across Hawker's Alley. Thanks to these reports, though, we can tell the guns what shady dealings are taking place. Good work, lad. Where's Sweetie Mix with those import records? Without the proper documentation, I'm afraid we shall have to expel them from the city. But these fixed records, I am to see they were submitted in time. Honestly, you would think that Goblin would have lost his fear of our offices by now. Month he is to submit these papers. Every month his tardiness forces me to consider his removal. As long as one follows proper procedure, then some of this is quite welcoming of foreign traders. Pray convey these words to Sweetie Mix. Perhaps it will aid in soothing him. Here at Melgate, we expect all the goods that are imported into Limsa and collect duty as the law requires. Some merchants, however, seek to evade its obligations and we will chase them down. Grateful if you could deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named Samael, whom you'll find at the Octant, and the other to a woman named Letitia, who works at the Bismarck. If you are uncertain as to whereabouts of Bismarck, ask Samael when you meet him, he'll point you in the right direction. I should make sure to sync up with these. Quick travel throughout the city, we can achieve by simply placing your hand on either at night shards. Okay. Actually, looking at the way this is laid out, I could actually probably do this differently than how I normally have it. Yeah. Alright. Hold on. Where am I going now? The calamity really knocked the wind out of the fishing industry's sails, but the fisher folk are starting to return to the seas once more. It's past time I did the same. Before I can put out to sea again, I need to have a new boat built. Our guild is always commissioned Naldrig and the melee for its crafts, but they are beastly busy these days. If you want for something to do, mayhap you could run over to the Armorers Guild and consult with Forge Master Naza in my stead. I would know how long I might expect to have to wait. I visit Duval Sisters as always, a house of deep reflection and meditation. So unless you have proper business with us, you better... Wow, that's so rude. What's this then? A parcel from the Brigadier Consortium, eh? Let's have a peek inside. Oh, walnut bread and ginger cookies. And a few of them bismarck finger sandwiches too. I think Consortium calls know the right way to show appreciation. Some of them sisters have unholy appetites, so I'd best save a few bites for myself before I take us inside. You let know we're always here should her boss have need of us again. Okay. Alright. Some quests only became available later. Uplander deliver letter to gate. Tax lady has kind backwards swings his overflow of joy. Is happy. Give Uplander jingle shine. Yay! You deliver the package I requested? Very good. I shall pass on the sister's sentiment to my superior. What manner of services do a dual sister provide? Till you say Elizabeth, say would likely find out soon enough. In fact, if you're confident in abilities and comfortable with the unconventional, you might wish to approach them yourself. Which I will. A ledger from Milton Gate, you say? Yet more outstanding duty permits. All those merchants ever learn. Very well. If I catch sight of any affairs, I shall drag him to the gate, screaming if needs be. One more ledger bound to Bismarck, you say? Follow this path to the upper decks and you'll find the place. Beg your pardon, good sir, but you are an adventurer, are you not? This is sudden, but we urgently need help restocking our larders. We are in the midst of preparing a full-course meal for soon-arriving guests, but I fear we are short on fresh lamb for the main course. Grateful if you could procure 4 slices for us. Today's sale would be quickest to obtain these directly from the source. Wild lambs. In case you're unfamiliar with the creatures, suggest you speak with Abelfar, sentry station in Bulwark Hall, just below the Drowning Range. Tax evaders among our patrons, you say? Goodness me. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite. It is the best interest of the city-state. If any of the merchants named in this ledger come to dine with us, I shall see Gaze notified without delay. We spare no effort to ensure that all our patrons enjoy finest food and hospitality. Doubly careful when someone decides to leave without selling a bill. Nary Belago, first-time patron, is just that. It is the one who lovingly prepared the man's meal. She is quite upset by the whole affair, and has taken upon herself to draw an illustration of the offender. So you deliver it to the Yellow Jackets on her behalf. Should be done adding the fishing touches by now. I poured my heart and soul into that grilled dodo. If I ever get my hands on that scoundrel, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. My rendition of the criminal. Please deliver it to Godebert at the Coral Tower. What to do? So many side quests at the start. It's not a bad thing. It gets you to go around the city and see a bunch of things. You want for coin venture? How'd you fancy working for the Kraken's Arm, one of the greatest pirate crews in Limsa? Take yourself up these here steps the balcony above and talk to Carvalane, our captain. Do right by him, and he'll do right by ye. Greetings, friend, and welcome to the Seventh Stage, purveyors of the finest spices from the East. All of our products are guaranteed obtained through completely legal means. Oh, you don't seek spices but employed? Well then, let us how you might be of service to the organization. Our misery return is voyage bearing exotic spices and airports and I prepare 2 samples, each of which I will have you delivered to certain individuals. The first is for Grenade, whom you'll find at the Coral Tower. The second is the Master Linga, the head chef of the Bismarck. Do make certain the person gets the right set. Go now and return here once you have accomplished the task. Alright, well. Welcome to the headquarters. The Yellow Jackets, the keeper of peace and Limsa Elements. Is there aught I can assist you with? A sample of spice curry 7 sage, you say? There is no mistake. This is fire sign, the kind used by the Garleans besides. Quite intriguing. Very well. We will consider placing an order. Oh, you thought that you brought me spice? Not familiar with carvelinasons. For the sake of convenience, use the word spice to refer to literally anything you can procure on the high seas. Hold on one moment. Lest you worry, the man's isn't engaged in activity that's considered piracy. Far from it. Think of him as a trader. A heavily armed one who represents Limsa's interests in the Eastern lands. A number of citizens have gone missing of late, though I suspect you've already heard the rumors. Essential that we ascertain their safety. To this end, I prepared a list based on reports from our citizens. So guys, deliver it to my colleague in Bulwark Hall. That is her name. My thanks in advance, friend. Hello there, adventure. Curious about the Mars Guild, are you? Any axe worth swinging needs 2 hands on the haft. It has a blade what can make short work of a galley's mast. That's the kind of weapon our members trained to use with deceptive swiftness and all too predictable force. Are you interested in hearing more, lad? I'm going to give you the short version of the guild's founding history. We can go from there. They all start with ships, you see. What have ships got to do with axes, you ask? Well, building them would be pretty bloody difficult without a sturdy tool to lop down trees for timber. And since only the navigator herself knows when a ship will run afoul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for the crew's carpenter to carry an axe on board. I had all started with shipbuilding and ship repair. What, am I boring you? As I was saying, any tool on a ship can become a weapon, and the axe was perfect for hooking yourself over the rail of an enemy vessel, letting loose in a whirl of steel, and generally laying waste to all about you. As more seafarers took up the axe as their weapon of choice, so did the bloody art of the marauder begin to take shape, especially among pirates, where strength and skill decide your place in the world. With an eye to assembling crews of battle-ready raiders, the pirates started teaching a proper way to wield a chopping blade to their new recruits. And that's how the Marauders Guild first came to be. Once the Galadian Accord was signed to unite the Maelstrom and the pirates against Limsa's enemies, the whole game changed. The Accord itself was a dismal failure, of course, but the Marauders Guild was never the same. It was taken over, restructured, and purged of its pirate elements. It has been reborn as an institution dedicated to naught but the teaching of axe fighting. The members of this new Marauders Guild weren't no greed-driven cutthroats neither. They were warriors which sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. If mastering the axe is your heart's desire, you'll find no better arena in which to practice your swings. Think of all, then let me know if you fancy joining our ranks. I have a feeling I'll be seeing more of you soon, lad. You decided to swing an axe with the Marauders then? Yep. Alright then, all that needs doing now is to speak with the axe master himself. Sounds simple. I've seen folks slink out of the door rather than put themselves in the path of that unnerving glare. That's the bloke right there in the middle of the room. Warzon's his name. Put some steel in your spine and look him straight in the eye when you talk to him, lad. Good fortune to you. Biker at the Bismarck, and you... A bilker at the Bismarck, you have an artist's rendition of the man? What in the seven hells is this supposed to be? It looks more like the prow of a ship than a man's face. Look, like nothing more than to bring the offender justice. 'Tis our duty, after all. We will need a little bit more to go on than this piece of art. It would be easiest for all involved if Wishamo were to come here and answer some questions. Please relay to her as much. Yes, I am Warzon. Axemaster, they call me. Not the most imaginative of titles, I agree, but one should not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guild. The art of the Marauder is used to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversary, we seek to overwhelm them. The Marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. No doubt the question has already been put to you by Belthada, but once more shall I challenge your commitment. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits in addition of the Marauders Guild? Yes. Very well, your name. Attend me well then, Arbert. Hold fast to this moment of dedication. The path of Marauder is a jagged and perilous one. The blood that spills at your feet will oft times be your own. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us waste no time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. You shall wade straight way into combat as befits a novice of our discipline. Go forth and slay things scurrying crawling pests that plague the outskirts of Limsa Lamitza. Lost lamb, wharf rats, and little ladybugs shall be your pettiest adversaries this day. Return to me once 3 of each creature has fallen to your blade. Yep, can do that. A new sample from the 7th stage? Alright, let's have a whiff of it then. It smelled nothing like it before. The note as came with it says it's a root that grows on Author. Last I heard Author was under Imperial rule. So how the hell's the Carvalian managed to get hold of this? I reckon I can cook up somewhat fresh and new with it. Thanks for the delivery, friend. So you've spoken within the bell. The Yellow Jackets will have that scoundrel locked in a dungeon cell, and then I'll have my filleting knife and wants me to go to the court tower for question. But what more information does he want than my drawing is already provided? Isn't that picture supposed to be 1,000 words? It does, if the painting is good. We can't interpret yours, though. Welcome back. It would seem both samples were rather well received, and this is in no small part due to our affable courier. It is unfortunate, but notoriety accumulated over the course of years does not fade overnight. There are many still who are hesitant to do business with savage pirates. The days of piracy have passed, giving way to a new wave of opportunity. My crew and I have decided to embrace this wave. Ra's blessing, we engage in a form of trade with Garlean ships. Everything we do, you may rest assured, is within the law. Cool. There you are, Bert. Enjoy your jaunts around the city, did you? If you mean to base yourself in Nimsa Laminsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them 3 places. And now you've got some idea of what's where, you can start exploring the rest of the town. You've shown a good ear for listening, lad. Stick with Olba, Ron, and you'll go far. We have to be level 4. Same with her mission. These days, poor Bad runs so busy looking after others, he hasn't been able to look after himself. He deserves something for his efforts. Whenever he's in his cups and starts speaking of the old days, he never fails to mention Aurelie. Seems he and his mates used to eat the creatures on occasion. It's obvious he still has fond memories of that life, so I'm thinking a few Aurelis might be something he'd appreciate. Could you help me procure 4 of them? To help speak with Canadian by the Aft Castle, she knows where various wild beasts congregate. Okay, well first, yeah, let's continue this way. All the right shards in Limsa, yay! That is good. If you're looking for a place to wet your whistle, Scrag advise you to turn tail and run. Captain was in no mood to be entertaining customers this eve, and even when she is, she's practically good at it, though maybe dealing with customers. Shiva might shake her from all drums, but if you mean to venture inside the missing member, you best remember to pay your proper respects to the captain. She ain't afraid to have gone missing. Kneel at a 4 should good start. Oh, so he knows his place. Good. One of the Krakens have the same sense of propriety. Bastards keep seizing every Garlean ship before we can take a crack at them. Sorry state of affairs where your crew is reduced to preying on the leavings of that mangy bunch of man boys. Me and yourself would be right disappointed to see how far we've fallen. The table's kind of in the way, but So you do know something of a pain, but your sympathy ain't worth more than a pint of piss. Now, it's well and good we got the ammo permission to capture Garlean ships. What's the use if you keep on getting beat to your prey? We built a reputation, moving right off the coasts of Vilbrand, not sailing a dozen months in the bleeding sea. The few Imperial dogs found in Leminson territory get snatched by Krakens hunted in open waters. I rallied my crew's spirits when I said we were rev in the old days, but after all our struggles, I seem resigned to letting those bastards have all the fun. Huh. Try and make light of a dilemma. Don't push your luck, Scrag, or I'll get you hooked like a regular pirate. Wait, that's it! We're pirates, goddamn. We should think like pirates. Bugger. Keeping in some more safe will raid supply shipments to Garlean outposts along coasts of Aldenard. Haha, it's simple. Why I didn't think of this before. Thank you for your unintended inspiration, Scrag. To think I almost just fed to the sharks. I gather you're meeting with the captain. Well, I could hear her cackling all the way out here. All we did, thanks you for doing it. Last thing we needed was her go on another rampage, running deck swaps and leaving us with less meat. Tainties, they playing by the Admiral's rules, but if anyone can find a way, Captain Rose one can. New quests unlocked. No, you've returned. I hope you do not harbor any ill will towards me for my earlier deception. See, I believe the most important lesson for a green adventurer to learn is you should always question the motives of everyone he meets. If I have given offense, allow me to make up for it with some advice. Tell me, have you visited the eyes outside the Tempest Gates and past Madman Bridge? Such a station there keep watch over the road, and when trouble arises, sometimes turn to outside help. You should seek a name for yourself as a trustworthy adventurer. You should speak with Ancreta at the eyes and offer your assistance. Level 30 for that. Still in Leminsa, are you, Arbert? How'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like you to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Stalwyn, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. You mentioned needing another hand or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a golden recommendation to make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. Need directions? The place ain't hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate city and follow the road northeast. We have a lot of quests. We should try finishing the ones we have before we leave this. The ones we have in the city before we leave it. A new boat for the Fisherman's Guild? I'm afraid now isn't the best time. We have recently taken on a commission for a galley. This task alone has all our hands full. But look, we'll see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients. Low disappoints Sisapu. I may yet take a while, but I shall endeavor to have our boat ready in a timely fashion. I only have some trifling tasks to pass time, and I have just a job for you. I was offering a reward for any adventure who slays at least 5 wharf rats. Sure to pass look inside Tempest Gate, so you should hurry to take advantage of the opportunity. Alright. Baron actually likes the realm? God, I didn't even consider trying to eat one of those foul things. If it's a rally you seek, you'll find plenty by the river just past Tempest Gates and to the east. Okay, before I do that, I'm going to go to Bulwark Hall. Let's see if there's anything left to do on the lower deck. Plenty. Welcome, Miller's Rose. If there's aught you would like to know, feel free to. Sorry for you see, I'm missing persons list. I'm not sure I follow. Thanks for reading the list. I'll be sure to memorize these names. If any of the missing persons are appear, you can count me as spot them. Most folks enter the city by the Zephyr Drift, which means they must pass through Bulwark Hall. That's why I'm on constant watch here. Cover so as to keep an eye out for suspicious activity. Doing this for so long, I'm a pretty good judge of character. If there's a shady character told you about, you can rest assured I can pick them out. Sounds like you're already in the Yellow Jacket good graces. You truly are Malaventure, paragon among your fellows. Do you think you could do me a favor? See, I'm supposed to go and fill up the street lamps with oil so that they'll stay lit through the night. Thanks to this business of missing people, I can't simply up and leave my post. If you could tend to the street lamps, as I said, I'd be entirely grateful. Oh, when you're finished, please fetch more oil from Sisapu and the Fisherman's Guild. Running low here, and she has care of our stores. The Bismarck wants fresh lamb, does it? Good, I could slice herself, fresh off the grill and drip with its own juices. Sorry, friend, I haven't had a single bite to eat since my shift began. You can get lamb easily enough by hunting lambs that graze outside the city. Go through Zephyr Gate and follow the path east and south of it. You'll run into fluffy and tasty critters before long. Okay. You're doing what? Deal with that girl. She has the nerve to ask me for work, dwelling fret bar savings only to foist out on the first adventure that comes along. Being Gingham does not give you a license to shirk a Smithy eye. She'll get oil alright, and peace of my mind to boot. Ta-da. Alright. This is where we have to go for the story. Yeah, I see it. Do that later. Emmy's leveled up again. There's 2 quests in this area. Also, the hunting log must come available later. Oh. Why is it changing target?
Okay, that's a problem. Alright, and Creta. You say someone told you to come to me for work, I'm afraid you have been had. We are known to hire adventures too. We always go through Adventures Guild. If you want to assign your duties, prove from doing so directly. If you want to work on an official quest, the personal quest you can take care of. Okay. The Granda's head of the Red Rooster's stead, his name, bring him some river toad livers. I thought of pulling some frog, give me shivers. Care fetch a liver or 3 for me, slaying the river toads. Yeah, no problem. I can do that. I am just gonna... quickly do that. Alright, Creta. Connect to her to turn in this quest. There are lightsaber. I take these livers to Grandma myself, but I can't just up and leave my pub. Near sight of this. Would you mind delivering in my stead? Yeah, I can do that. Plus, if there's an ether right over here, I can synchronize with it. Ooh, there's a male person. My characters, all characters on my account should have mail and be able to withdraw several special items. Thinking Will is supposed to hide in trees, avoid calling outsiders. However, would they agree to carry about letter? If I had my way, I'd be curling up under the canopy of a nice oak, dreaming about some moon Mugla with a rainbow clip. But no, the moon had to go and drop in the sky, caused all a terrible commotion. Etherites were shattered like bows rendered useless. For moons, the poor wingless people of Eos had no way of communicating with each other, scream at the top of their lungs with no one really approves of. Well, that is until the little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first, we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch and skin us like you do every other forest furry. Once we saw how much we appreciate, we knew we found our new calling. I personally promised to try and not read any along the way, Kupo. We have 18 new layers. Now, some of these are actually going to be helpful.
while others are just cute little things. Better. Now we switch to the friendship circlet. Anyways, mind looking at something from the adventure? It may even be of interest to you, in fact. I'm told that plots within mists are to be auctioned off. You, me, hells, even a 12-damn wandering minstrel could purchase their own piece of Lucia. And upon that 12 land, you'll be free to build a house for you and yours. Can't tell me the thought isn't at least slightly appealing, can you? It's a bit surprising of the Thalocracy at the time of resources to prepare such an area. What with the kobolds and the primals causing all manner of trouble. But who am I to judge the priorities of politicians, monsters, pirates, eh? Besides, I'd like nothing more than to own my own home. I've yet to verify the truth of the tale just yet, though. If you've no objections to taking a detour from your adventurers, I'll head towards the Gate to the Mist and see if there's a Maelstrom representative who can confirm or deny these land auctions. I can do that, but first, if a lifetime of meticulous research into the advancement of agricultural arts has taught me anything, it is that the fruits of knowledge are incapable of preserving themselves. If adventurers brought on to protect them, I fear all my work will come for naught. Take, for example, the splendid ogre pumpkin crop I was able to cultivate. Years of botanizing and testing at last made tangible, snatched away by those subterranean soreners, clever hedge moles. I've already engineered the pumpkin stores as fire, drought, frost weeds, insects, and festive rituals. I just need someone to kill the bugs. They call me the Steed Shepherd, but all three kinds of livestock we breed here fall under my crook. Nevertheless, sheep remain my first love, my one true passion. Imagine my dismay finding my flock in frumpy fleece. Can't very well take worn-out wool to market. Sheep with no shine is good for nothing but mutton. But where's their wool? Where there's wool, there's a way. What is Sheridan has to say? Whereas last time we sent that girl of mine to fetch river toad livers. Why these are the lives, I asked. I should have known better. And Greta has been dainty since she was a wee lass. I forget any trouble we caused you. I heard that the New Worlders use fish livers as fertilizers, and so I thought I would give toad liver a try. Farmer can't be afraid to try new things. Nay, he must know his knowledge is his cross. That's how this farm grew to be what it is. Stick around and see. I hope you don't feel sheepish about hauling a wee bit of wool. Flock's feast is short and scored, and sack is all set to sail. Normally the Mag Miller up north takes it and felts it for us, but it seems the only wool his courier today is his blanket. So I hope you might see to a second fleece down and reaches the miller. Yeah, I can do that. Ah. Okay. I had some little lambs which fleeced by snow, but every new little lamb went, the lice were sure to go. Lousy sheep. And the time it takes me to brush one clean, the lice spread to 2 more. But by myself. If you could brush 3 shaggy sheeps for me, you might be able to wipe out the infestation altogether. No, sheeper, once you're done. Aw, they built their pen right beside a little cliff with a cave. Oh, that's actually very sweet. It means that if it rains, they have somewhere to go. Aw. This is a fun experiment to see how these controls work. I think they'll work fine. Having my having movement control, having target controls, and one of my attacks be on the same thing is not very helpful, but I'll figure it out. Doesn't look as if there's etherite in this area. Oh well. It makes me wonder why I've spent my life formulating complex solutions to problems and going around killing things. As I've afraid it's too late to alter my methods now. I'll continue to focus on the complex solutions to kill things. What humorous. So I can believe that I, one woman alone, have how vast and profound mysteries of... Sure we can do it. Careful taking in the exorbitant march of science. The concoction I'm currently forming could change horticulture as we know it. Imagine fluid would one could strew over crops and ward off pests. Need are some ladybug and some squash. Ladybugs simply cannot resist aphids. Find some alphatic lavender, dab it with a bit of aphid nectar, and they'll come swarming to slaughter. Let's show you with lice go. As I'm sure you have found, sheep are delicate souls require delicate care. Truly wonderful wool requires time, love, and tenders. Caress their coats ever so gently. Listen to their soft bleating in your ear. Feel the warmth of their breath on your neck. They may call it the red rooster stead, but make no mistake, dodos are the birds that keep the stead steady. They'll swing their eggs that suckling the meat. So long as you remove a dodling poison glands, you're in for some scrumptious and healthy poultry. It's always just I have to remind myself some birds just aren't meant to cage, or perhaps I don't. Talk to see if you can return those exotic old patent. Of course, some dodo escape. Silly dodo. I may have a place to see you. I was about to cry foul, but with your help, we round them up. Those dim-witted dodos pecked through the fencing and fled the coop. Luckily, they know better than to leave us dead. 3 bolting does and off spot. Just throw one of these. Once you've caught all the birds, we mind leaving them in care. I need to repair the fencing before I return them to their enclosure, you see. Yeah, that's fair. One dodo captured. Now for the next one, which is behind this building, I think. Oh no, there it is. I've heard everything. Hand me the dodos. Oh, my precious darlings. Without their poison breath, they're defenseless out in the wild. Dodo gets so worried. Now my dodos have another daddy. Stay around and look after babies, won't you? At least until they're ripe for slaughter. Okay, next mission. What is adventure? Ah, yes, the auctions. Martha and herself, Miss, and all plots within are to be sold, exclusive adventurers, so encourage their immigration to limits. And while adventure has practical necessity, really, this is in dire need of fresh blood, capable, courageous adventurers who will fight her foes and protect her interests. Those who build a home here will have that much more incentive to aid us. As for what manner of place Miss is, I think it's best to journey there and see for yourself. Please direct any other questions you might have to the recruit station just past the entrance. There we go. And now... I'll be honest in saying if I could afford to get a house, I would. I'd probably do a lot of... I'd probably decorate it quite nicely. And the Mist seems like a nice place to do that, but I need to save up my money. Greetings, adventurer, and welcome to Mist. Liminsons sent you, you say? Ah, that's unfortunate. All Liminsons are barred from participating in the auctions, you see. On account of the fact that they're, well, Liminson. Admiral's decree. If you find the area to your liking, though, please consider speaking with the resident caretaker. She can guide you through the process of purchasing a plot for yourself. I do wonder what happens when you have your weapon out in first-person mode. I want to find out. Fascinating. Oh well. Anyways, we have some missions to finish up there. Ba-ba-ba. Curse the blasted courage. The sheep stop growing, as the mills stop churning, 1,000 to rest. Let him count sheep as bed, the walls at last mine, soon the fell shall be wrought. Now, felting wool is all well and good for your run-of-the-mill miller, but you know what gets my grindstone spinning? Grain. What worth has wheat? None, but once shred into fabulous flour, even the confounded Galagos can't keep their hands off it, which is perfect. Say why I need you to slay them and recover the 4 sacks they pilfered. When done so, take a sack of flour down to the stead. Take care of the rest. Breathtaking, is it not? Proud sails turning, rugged gears churning. The mill never stops, and so neither can the millers assigned to its upkeep. By addressing tomorrow's issues today, we assure a wheel of prosperity because the grab. Fortunately, I'm full with the work of the day. Can't leave my station tent to inspection. Seek out the other 3 millers, see the concerns, do your findings. You see the mill's spinning, don't you? What more do you need to know? The problem I have is you meddling in my chores. Away with you then. Jeez, I was just trying to help. Once I unlock other classes, I will start spreading things out a bit. Ooh, there's a quest over there. Let's go take it too. Finishing all these quests gets us a full set of gear, and we need a full set of gear in order to continue with one of the main scenario quests. I know that much. Well, this time we've dug ourselves into a hole well and truly. Struck brimstone while shoveling to the mines, all the rocks are rife with the reek of rotten eggs. The gas grew to be too much to bear. It's clear earth crystal. If you restore the earth and plug the leak properly, just mind the cipher clouds drawn by the brimstone. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Magic crystals to deal with gas leaks. Gotta love it. And the first time he's had to deal with 2 enemies at once. Now it's a breath of fresh air. For many of mine, it's a bit of brimstone. It's nothing to write home about. I'm one of us to write the letters when the gluttons choke death down there. The price is metal's command, and the wake time will make us either rich or dead. What? Ah, he's too low leveled to equip that. Tragic. Well, we'll keep going. Alright. Well, it's fine, provides concerns to rob us of our yield. That's fair. Haven't noticed anything off myself. Let's have a look now, shall we? The sail's been nicked a bit. Nothing urgent, mind you. The cloth we use is the same as they use for sails out in sea, made to stand up to blustering wind. Makes sense. Trust you endure turmoil. Are you pressed? Yes. Sail is most worrisome indeed. The marriage shall be remedied at once. Delay acting until trouble occurs is to ask for trouble. The Grey Fleet stops for nothing. Full sail ahead. The kobold crimes of late gave us ample cause for concern. He's content to pass them off as mere miskin making. He cares more for the welfare of his mills than that of his workers. If only my brother knew of my plight, I am certain he would leap to rescue all the way from his post. He often calls me his little lamb. I am certain how absence go. So I'll go fonder. Well. Let's get back there and turn in these quests. All the eggs in the world don't matter a lick without flour. That flour's ain't good its own, mind you. The Galagos just hoard they can get their filthy paws on. But now we've got the whole kit and caboodle thanks to you. It's a relief you're around, but at the end of the day, we're still utterly unprepared should this sort of thing happen again. I kept watch over the gates here at the stead, but my watch extends only so far. Stagecoach was supposed to pull in today, never made it past Blind Iron Mines. Wherever I will go, there was waylaid by someone or something. The coach is a plucky fellow. If I know Mayho, he'll be poking around the mines, planning to salvage his consignment. But ultimately, he is just one man. Mind these if you could come to his aid. Return to once you've collected 3 files of Ladybug. Viscera. Salmon really fits live in fear of ladybugs, and so applying the sin of ladybug blood to our crops is certain to ward off the parasites. We are manipulating the laws of nature. Of course, could have just let the ladybugs go on defending the crops as always, and I'll scoff them for their viscera, but I hardly see science in that. There you are. What news have you brought me? The purpose of luring adventurers to limits and limits, and that's unfortunate, but it does explain a great deal. Looks like my dream of owning my own home will have to wait. But don't you worry about me. My day will come soon enough. Indeed, the kobolds steady encouragement more than its wariness. And now they frighten my poor little lamb, the soul lamb more than any other until some of the yellow jackets once. I shall pen a missive warning of the kobold fancy, must deliver till there gets down time to spare to reach. Go first to Blind Iron Mines. We'll guide you from there. Hold on. Although it may provide better stats, it does not provide the experience bonus is worth way too much. You know, I see the help that Sharon sent. I thought you'd never get here. The kobolds stuck me out and skedaddled with the garments, but don't you worry, now I'm fixing to get them back so as we can get. Gotta do is mosey on up close to Stagecoach in and peek in. Kobold, once the curs come out, thack, you pop them. Cyclo is foolproof. I don't know about that, but I can certainly give it a go. From the red mines, you'll find most dark will leave you be so long as you extend courage goals can be a bit more belligerent. Still, venture of your winter sun can't handle, I suppose. You done good part. Not enough to bring back to Stead, I reckon. The rest of this mess, you go ahead and make sure it gets his goods. Yep, we'll do that. Then we'll go deliver that report. Alright. Deliver the goods. Go grab a drink very soon because I'm starting to get a bit thirsty. Good, you see a return to us unharmed. Three looks ungrateful, but I fear this is how the last will hear the kobolds. Wars are ghost steps. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, not content with their own trade, the creatures pointing forth from the subterranean dwellings wreak havoc on movements and land. Won't stand for it, life's for its sake. Last, neither side willing to give any ground if there may be no peaceful solution. You've seen with your own eyes how the kobolds have taken up arms against us. The mines of O'Gormo aren't enough of the native nuisances of northern Vilbrand anymore. They've come to claim what is ours. Long ago, our war-weary forebears struck a short-sighted peace with the kobolds. What lay beneath the sea was to be Limpsa's, what lay underground was O'Gormo's. Yet what resolved one conflict created another, as the sea cannot fully feed, clothe, and shelter the children of land. Realizing this, the kobolds technically condoned the Limon's settlement of Lenosia. We shared an unspoken agreement, but now the kobolds aggressively assert their dominion, threatening our very survival. Adherence is a pact. To impact is meaningless if it means our demise. It comes time for us to take a stand. Seek the wisdom of Aralona to learn more. Tarek has at last abandoned the naive hope the kobold menace were the bait of its own accord. The numbers have increased many-fold as they expand southward. The food shortages spurred by overpopulation could give a cycle of aggression. A common beggar would know better than to expect foodstuffs aboard a stagecoach bound for the stead, but the filthy scamps grow desperate. We need only set the bait and their hunger will be their undoing. Tell Enoch to make the arrangements. Yes, it will trap the hungry kobolds in one wood any road. I know just the bait to set. Tell Sharanamar to set aside some dodo meat from the next shipment. Set a bit of that in by our minds and the guns won't be able to resist. Well then. I hand dead dodo to you and you kill kobolds for me. A bargain if ever I heard one. It's over, self of mine, she'll know what to do. Okay, we did get Something that's not actually useful to this class at all. Good to see the red rooster still hasn't turned chicken on us. Once you found a good hiding spot, open the crate. Meet nearby, the calls will follow their nose. By the time you see it, it'll be too late. And we wait. And that's another quest done. Once we finish the quest in this area and no longer are going to be hanging out here, I do fully intend to return to our actually no, I should turn in. Actually, no, that report will probably result in starting a quest over on the other area. So it'll be fine. You've done it. I expected no less. I don't know what we'd have done without you, which makes me wonder what we will do once you're gone. I was hoping you might visit Drowning Wrench and speak with Baderon. It is no secret the Yellow Jackets pay him heed. Mayhap he would put in a word so that the stead might procure their protection. Who am I kidding? I do want to go and finish this mission. Kobolds ahoy! Might have me coming back here. We have so many quests to turn in. I think most of the turn in for them is back at our home base. We'll do that after Kobolds Ahoy. Although if we unlock a bunch of quests on the other side, I will do them first. What can I say? The more side quests we do, the higher level we get. The less time with one class, the more story content we can do for that class. And the more I can use other classes for the main scenario once I get them leveled up. Message for the mines, rise faster than the crow flies from the stead. It's good to see you. I realize the extent of Cobalt menace, but more mischief has opened my eyes. Should we fail to bolster our patrols on the Ocean lowlands, we stand to lose the region altogether. I have not forgotten when the Kobolds sought to seize the West. It would be best those there know their former nemesis has resurfaced. No doubt remain vigilant. I would ask you to visit Summerford Farms and remind him that sleeping dogs may not be content. Okay, now we have 2 missions that take us to Summerford. Time to return to Limsa Laminsa. You are returned to me a different man. Already you shows a harder cast, realization of the slaughter of which you are capable. There is much training to be done before you. You will wield the axe to its fullest potential. Learn well your lessons, build your strength of each swing, an instinctive act. A hunting log to aid you in that endeavor. Pages are marked with opponents still before your skills. Of course, myriad methods by which you might improve your technique. When the way forward is not really apparent, the log provides a reliable source of challenges. Love your weapon will clear another step towards the mastery of the Marauder way. You're relentless, such must be your momentum on both the practice grounds and the battlefield. Harburgs, you approach me with a marauder's stride, determined, unswerving, and bereft of the hesitation that marked our first meeting. I am pleased. Time has come for you to begin a new stage of your training. Now, what sets the axe aside from the gladius or the dagger? It's unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade, and that overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus, we come to the core of this day's lesson. Such strength as the Marauder must possess is developed traditional method passed down through the generations of guild, a method you too shall be taught to employ. Present you to Brombar in the practice area downstairs, and shall instruct you further. But yeah, the hunting log is very useful as it does help you to level up all your classes faster. Whoa. The Axe-Master told me you'd be on your way. My name's Brumbar. Good it is to meet a new marauder. Now, we axe wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. That's right, a traditional method involves smashing a rock with your axe. But you can't just use any old swing, you need to hit the rock just so. Ruckgam, a fellow marauder, is waiting just outside Zephyr Gate by the bridge over the Rogue River. I should tell you how it's done. Have you had a look at taking the fresh lamb? Please hurry, the guests are arriving any moment now. 4 slices of fresh lamb right in the nick of time. Thank you ever so much. It's just times like this I feel fulfilled in my role. I was a chef myself, you see, but my skills weren't quite up to par. So Bismarck expand operations, I asked to be made provisioner instead. This way I can still be part of the business despite my shortcomings. The reason I'm choosing those is because I already have a Discipline of War one. Sad adventure, are we dropping by this something special? Well, sad, you didn't have to go to all this trouble. Goddamn smell, I hate oil umbrellas since I was a sellsword. Nastiest I ever put them in mouth. We tried swinking it with salt and cooking over a campfire, it was still a little better than chewing on driftwood. For yourself, lad, you'll see what I mean. So it's dead in over their heads with the kobolds, are they? It was wishful thinking to believe the mine rats would stay out of Ogormo. A barkeep can tell you as rodents are wont to spread. This wave just comes sooner than reckoned. The pack was a farce. No Anjik ever solved a blood feud. Just need to lick our wounds a while is all. Suppose they're all healed up. Even the maelstrom's taken note of how the rascals run rampant. You can be sure their Orden crystals summon Titan, and gods help us if they do. Limso look back on these petty thefts and skirmishes of the good old times when that day comes, I tell you. There won't be a company of heroes around to answer our prayers this time, neither. Well, an ounce of prevention's worth a pawn's a cure. I'll talk to Yellowjack and see if they can settle the kobold's demands on the stead. Aye, so you slew a few rats. Good on you, lad. This bloke comes through the other day and plops this huge sack of gobble on the car, saying any man with slays rats can have something from within. Why, all he says, damn rollies, they make what Grandpa's driving him insane. Though he's already a bit touched, something tells me poor lad will find some peace. Yeah, I have a better hat, so... I'll get it, but... Anyways... We'll go do the summer... We'll go finish... the level 5 quest. But while we're here, before I get invested in this. Greetings, lad. Race with some stones, are you? I have 3 nice hard rocks for you to build up a sweat on. Try nothing fancy, just hit them with a good solid heavy swing. Just gonna take out... That's another bit of that log. If I finish the log itself up to the end, it does really help with leveling up. That's the way to do it, lad. Now you've got the idea, won't you have Adam a little harder with the heavy swing of yours? Okay. Is that it? I can see you're a natural. The head's still ringing with the sound of cracking boulders. Take yourself back to Axis and let him know you're ready for something harder. Okay, let's do that. Just that thought about something. Ah, not authorized. Ah, well. Has trained losing your muscle and focus your mind, Arbert? A urgent request to help has arrived from the Red Rooster's stead. I've chosen you to respond. It appears a hostile group of megalocrabs has unlike itself the next test of your prowess. As this is your first outing on official Marauder business, you shall be accompanied by a veteran conjurer by the name of Sulkwood. She awaits you on the floor below. May devastation follow in your wake. Hi, Arbert. I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on their more dangerous tasks. But as Wurzen expects me to give you details, and very well. Seems as far as needs to clear out a megalocrab nest near the Mourning Widow in Lower Lenosia. I shall trust you'll find your own way there. Just don't forget your axe. All right. Look at nobody's home. Perhaps they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Please, it's my grandson. Them snippers got him. Told Sigurd not to get too close. I told him. Get up and ready, Harper. We need to move now. God. Okay, I'm definitely switching back to oh my God. Proceed. Oh, this poor child. Ah, bugger and shite! Get away from me, you bloody great bastard! Got room for one more? Cal, the novice have all the fun. Some of these bastards are harder than damn boulders. Yay, solo duty complete. Thank you, mister. I thought I was dead for sure. I can't even play outside no more. What with all these scary monsters about? Me, Ma, and me, Dad, they was both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. And Oroch, big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. Aye, make it pay for what it did to me folks. You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like our Bart here who'll be glad to do just that. All you do is head home with your grandpa. Let us worry about that big nasty bugger. Consider your first duty a success, Arbor. Time you headed back as well, before Warolzan begins to worry I've left your corpses with crabs. The fun part is we'll unlock level 10 quest! Ha! Like immediately we're gonna unlock the level 10 quest. So you have shared the shells of Mega Crab and saved the life of a child into the bargain. Thus does our valiant craft prove its merit. Well done, Arbor. No longer a threat to the farmers, you should know that it is unusual for such crabs to be found so near the stead. By all accounts, the creatures were ousted from their usual feeding grounds by a more fierce beast. The beast of which I speak is a known terror in the lands of Gnosia, ever seeking to expand its territory. Thus the boy's parents were but two of the many victims to fall to its rampage. So the threat must be dealt with ere long. Do thoughts of vengeance flit through your mind, Arbert? Nurture those urges, but do not yet act upon them. This monstrosity is far beyond your present skill. If you would answer lad's cry for vengeance, you must grow stronger. Become the raging behemoth the challenge demands. Just checking. Oh, we're getting even stronger. Albert, I have gathered what information I could concerning the beast that young Sibar bade you slay. The tale's name is creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in the terrifying flesh also call him the Stampeding Mountain, such as his immense size and bulk. Again, I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance for the boy's parents. In fact, I encourage it. To topple this lumbering colossus, you must first become his equal in strength and ferocity. As a single step towards that distant goal, I send you to Blind Iron Mines. I have had word that folks are falling prey to the claw of the local galagos. It is your task to protect the weak from these unruly creatures. Your challenge to rage beside you and let your axe blade sing in righteous slaughter. Might as well see where we're at. Okay, Wild Dodo is one of the targets, and we can find those to the north. What's this one? Okay. I kinda miss this, to be honest. The running around and doing stuff part. Well, we're nearly finished with this particular mission. What time are we at? I think I'll go for about another half hour-ish. I mean, once we finish the mission we're on right now, we'll unlock the ability to get other classes. And then we'll have to do the grinding for leveling them up. Because they won't have the luxury of all the low-level quests. Probably should have saved a few of those. Ah well. It's fine. Our first class is always going to level up really quickly compared to all the others. And once we unlock additional classes, we'll be able to focus on getting them up. And once they're up, well, we can use them for the main story just to until it becomes relevant again for this one. Right, through the Tempest Gate. Brings us to the Aft Castle. There should be an Aetheryte or something there. Welcome back, Arbert. Your actions have saved many from needless injury and anguish. Although your efforts are to be commended, there is yet much work to be done. Kujalta, the object of your vengeance, trampled the farmer's wagon as he thundered through the lands of Tiller's Rest. Foods that spilled from the overturned weight have attracted all manner of hungry predators. Without produce for the market, the farmer will surely suffer for coin this season. Your duty is thus clear. Put down these ripious scavengers and preserve the cargo. Okay. Yeah. I definitely have the plan of let's finish this mission. Oh look, there's somebody offering me a quest. The temptation to just go get it is there, but later. Right now, finish this. Alright, finish that quest. Sure, let's go see what the story is with this one. I have a love of limelight. Not again. Those ripped to blaze shreds. No, it's not. With my breeches, you cheekies. Some megalo crabs. They've been at the balloon envelopes. Left out to dry on the rocks. Those hellspawn slippers think about a squid or something instead of nibbling. Less balloons in the air means less cargo getting lifted. And that don't sit too well with me. You looking for a quick job? How about you crack a few shells before you head off on your way? I should put down 5 or buggers. That'll do for now. Sure, I can do that. And the best part is, it's on the list. Nope, staying out of that. When you take care of them snippers, good blade resistance. Nice work there, lad. So it won't be long before new crew crabs come sliding, pulling in to claim that territory, and their loads just keep getting heavier with all the rebuilding going on. If I don't want to be buried under a mountain of crates, I best think of a more lasting solution to the snipper problem. Indeed. Pretty sure level 10 is when you unlock the ability to do other classes, though. Once again, your capacity for carnage has been tested and proven. The creatures you defeated, however, were merely some of the many base scavengers that subsist on the scraps left in the wake of Kujata's rampages. Thanks to Kujata himself, you yet require far more training, but do not spare, Arbor. As Axe Master and fellow marauder, this I swear I will not rest until I have taught you how every last ounce of power from your weapon, until the blade of your axe can slice cleanly through the thickest hide. Must not muscle the densest bone, this menace will fall by your hand. You may find yourself drawn to explore the possibility offered by other disciplines and guilds. Distractions are inevitable and perhaps necessary, but you soon return to the path of the marauder. I do not wish your age to dull just as you begin to show such potential. Fare thee well. You now have access to the armory system. Quest to unlock the other classes. Going to corresponding. And that increases our XP while we're under level 25. I beg your pardon, good sir, but this is Culinary Guild. If you are here to die of the Bismarck, ways will be along shortly show you to your... Oh, you're not patron? I assume then that you wish to become a culinarian? If so, I heartily recommend you join the Culinarian's Guild, where one may learn the culinary arts under the finest chef in all the realm. What say you? Wonderful, then without further ado, I shall acquaint you with the history of our guild. As you are doubtless aware, Limsa Laminsa has long been the gastronomic capital of Eorzea. The city's rich culinary tradition is the product of a unique combination of factors. The first is our proximity to the fertile lands and plentiful seas of Vilbrand, which have ever yielded bounteous produce. The second is our standing as the realm's foremost trading port, which grants us access not only to exotic ingredients from faraway shores, but also of foreign merchants versed in their use. We are, in short, the beneficiaries of culinary knowledge from every corner of the world. Until recently, knowledge of this kind was passed on solely through word of mouth. It was therefore susceptible to corruption and loss. But that all changed when one man made it his mission to cook every recipe of note. His name was Admiral Goliskif Baldwaswin, also known as Mast Cleaver. The man's love of fine cuisine was such that at sea he would regularly spend as much time preparing meals in the galley as giving commands on the bridge. It was none other than he who founded the Culinarians Guild and codified cooking methodology. Today the guild carries on Baldwaswin's legacy, though the scope of our endeavor has expanded significantly. While content with preserving existing recipes, we labor tirelessly to devise wholly novel culinary creations with which to delight the senses. To this end, our doors are open to folk from all walks of life, including adventurers such as your good self. One may liken our guild to a great pot of stew, each member to an ingredient party unique flavor. As with every dish, however, adding ingredients willy-nilly is certain to spoil taste. Before you may take your place in the pot, you must be deemed a worthwhile addition to Guildmaster Walkden, a man whose passion for cookery burns harder than any other. Fortunately, I must warn you that ours is a truly sweltering kitchen. As such, you would be well advised to ask yourself, can I stand the heat? If you earnestly believe that you can, speak to me once more, and shall be glad to guide you through the enrollment process. Dissolved, yes. They speak at once. This will come as no surprise to his fire shift in his military. His skill and dedication are second to none. If guild with the stairs yonder, keeping a watchful eye on his charge. If pressed upon desire to learn, he will surely find a place for you in his stew, by which I mean the guild. Well, venture, I take it you want to join our guild? Let's have a good look at you. It's an unfed whelp like you know about cooking. Judging by the arms of yours, you'd struggle to toast a spoon, never mind a skillet. I jest. Take muscle, be a culinarian, else it don't even take talent, less not on its own. Now some more everything else, becoming a good cook boils down to passion. If you got that, nothing catches the tummy. Have you got it? That's the spirit. Aye, your passion for the culinary arts is plain to see. And you'll be needing every bit of it if you want to become a master culinarian. Why, if mastery was a 12-course dinner, hardly have finished the soup. Make no mistake, our trade's as tough as old mutton, and passion's the only thing that gets us through the grisly bits. Now talk, what do we call it yourself? Well then, Arbor, welcome to the guild. On occasion I present you with your own skillet. Ain't much to look at, but it'll more than serve a novice like yourself. Now let's see whether you can tell which end's which. I know. So you struggle as a spoon, but you've won me over. Now, show me an old skillet and I'll get you started on your first pass. Lock new class. I see you're old and skilled the right way around. Good. Culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Guys your head before you do aught else, or your food will look like shite and taste worse. Now let's see what you can do. For starters, I want you to make maple sip using the skills. Recipe's simple as they copy. Only two things: maple sap and a fire shard. You also sell sap over at the guild card. Now time's wasting, so get to work waiting around. Alright. Jesus Christ, there it is. So I only need What's 7 was I waiting for? I told you maple syrup, didn't I? Yeah, here it is. Jeez. Maple syrup's ready. Is it about playtime? Let's see how it tastes then. Say bad. Flavor's alright. Consistency, nearly there and short. A damn sight better a lot of novices manage. And you're probably on maple syrup's one of the most popular sweeteners around. King cream and all manner of cakes and treats. What I didn't know is that boiling stuff down gets you maple sugar. Different sweetener with different uses. This goes to show, even simplest ingredients can have hidden complexities. I said earlier that culinary lives and dies by his utensils. Well, that's all of it. He also needs to know his ingredients, and that's something that only comes with experience. Keep your nose to the stove and report back when you're right for another task. So that's culinarian. Let's go get armorer and blacksmith. Sound a hammer and bring you in off from the streets, did it, lad? It's well that you find it inviting, for the Armorers Guild is not the place for quiet revere. Finding a Mel striking Mel as music yours, happy of the spirit of a shipwright. Are you of a mind to join our guild? Take it from me, lad. There's no greater joy than working a shapeless lump of iron into a shining breastplate with your own hands. What say you, then? Well said, lad. We should cover a bit of guild history, for Horge and ahead with the formalities. The Armorers craft is an offshoot of blacksmithing. Time was when armorers and smithies were one and the same. But as the years trickled by, the techniques for working sheet metal into armor plate became a specialized trade, and the smithies who showed uncommon skill and passion for this trade earned themselves the title of armorer. Now, as you can probably imagine, the skill necessary for making armor are also needed for shipbuilding. Building ships is a bit harder than knocking out simple helms. We had those armorers who were good enough to work on boats to claim the title of shipwright. Of course, it was one thing calling armor blacksmiths and shipwrights armorers. It was quite another calling shipwrights blacksmiths, because building a ship and making a hatchet couldn't be more different. It seems as though a line needed drawing, and seeing as how Limsa Laminsa was built on the strength of her navy, imagine why the armorers chose to cut their ties with the smithies, establish a guild of their own. As for the smithies, well, the whole notion of independent armorers guild never did sit well with them, and there's been a fair old rivalry between our two factions ever since, always trying to outdo each other we are. Which is why we're ever on the lookout for new talent to help us keep the smithy bastards in their place. All you need to do is impress the Forge Master, you can start on your training. Be warned, Forge Master Hanazah tongue could strip the scales off a fishback at 40 paces. Saying that, you won't find a fair mistress this side of the Strait of Marathor. Let me know when you've mustered the courage to speak with her. I'll see to the rest. Are you ready to throw your line with us, armors? This time you made yourself known to the Forge Master. That's no empty title, by the way, as a renowned shipwright, one of the finest crafters in Limsa Laminsa. And outside, you'll find her blistering the skins of our newest emissions. Unless you're blind and deaf, I presume you've wandered into our forge of your own accord, drawn by the siren song of our smithy's hammers, no doubt. In these hallowed halls, Limsa's finest pound metal into all manner of tools and weapons. And when I say Limsa's, I mean the whole bloody realms. Make no mistake. You need more than a big arm to join our ranks. But if you've got iron in your veins and the builder's blessing, speak up. Oh, you're not sure on confidence. But do you truly know what you're getting yourself into here, lad? Ours is trade born of blood and brine. For as long as pirates have sailed the Mortano, smithies have forged their weapons and fitted out their ships from keel to cannon. Of course, till sea swallows all ain't just an island saying. Rarely through even the stoutest iron given time, and our forebears long struggled to forge more rust-resistant alloys. Lucky for us, the smithies of Eld were a term bunch and clever too. So when they learned the kobolds do something advanced metallurgy, the smithies set out to make it their own. Thanks to the kobold's wisdom, which Aegean was gifted us with only the merest hint of pirate, the prompting, threatening them, Jesus. Levinson Smiths came on leaps and bounds. It wasn't long before the Gridanians and Oldals started eyeing our knowledge like we're the kobolds though, and so, some 150 years ago, two particularly forward-thinking men named Theodal Dig and Bryce Bellamy had the bright idea of establishing a respectable business. Being fair-minded folks, they'd sell their wares to anyone who had the coin, pirates and foreigners included. Folks weren't inclined to pay, they made sure to remind them that we hadn't completely forsaken our pirate ways. Times have changed though, and we're a wee bit more willing to share our wisdom these days. You guys are running the Blacksmiths and Armorers Guild for years now, welcoming soul with the necessary talent and will to work. As to whether you've got enough of either, well, that's where the Forge Master side. Speak to me when you're ready to present yourself to him. So Welby, reckon you've got what it takes to train with the best and goddamn blacksmith in this realm? Yes. Spirit, if you'd taken any longer aside, I've told you I'd bugger off no matter what you say. And I've half-hours adventures wasting Forge Master Berthel's precious time, see? There's got a lot of irons in the fire, that's why me and the other lads make a point being idlers, imbeciles, and otherwise unqualified from getting in his way. Anyway, it's time you pay your respect to the man. He's the one we are making a face like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. About time, Round. Wolf sends me a new recruit. It's been too long. I'm Brithel, Forge Master of the Blacksmiths Guild. If you're aiming to become a smithy worth the name, it would be my great pleasure to educate you on the finer points of the craft. The rest of these sour-faced bastards will tell you it's hard grueling work fit only for the best and brightest. But I say put a hammer in the hands of willing and see what happens. What is it, lad? Will you swing a hammer for old Berthel? I knew it. I liked you the moment I set eyes on you. Say your name once again? Arbor Zep. A name fit for a hero if ever I heard one. I reckon I did hear in a bard song once. Or whether that poor started cursing in his cups at the ranch. Don't matter if it was saving the world or betting someone's mother. It's time to forge yourself a new reputation and pound out a new legend. You can trust a bit to help you do that. There you go, put in the cart before the chocobo. Here, lad, take this cross-pine hammer. A smithy without a hammer is like me without a drink. Bloody useless. She'll just stand there gaping at her. Take her in your hands, have a few practice swings. She's all yours now. And I wouldn't give to be you right now, as Ming never forgets his first hammer. Up there is a beautiful sight. Never forget, Smitty's hammer is his one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers leave you, but your hammer will never do you no wrong. God, seeing you stand there reminds you of a less ill-timed version of me younger self. But on to your task. We ain't a congregation of soft-handed scholarlies here. Smitties learn by doing. Try your hand at making a bronze ingot. Any smitty worth his salt. Gotta master the fundamentals. And you can't get more fundamental than that. It ain't complicated. Bronze is just copper and tin melted down and mixed together. So you'll be needing, that's it, copper and tin ore. And seeing as most folks don't carry stuff like that around with them, reasons Mill outside can provide you with some. For a price, that is. What I can't sell you, though, is the fire shard you'll need. That ain't complicated. I mean, it's easy. You need to melt the metals, after all. To do that, you need to get them hotter than the flame-kissed horse crotch. That's all there is to it. Think you can handle it, lad? Yep. I can handle it. Remember to make a bronze ingot, you'll use copper, tin, and the fire shard. So you the ore, but you'll have to find the shard on your own. Of course, I'm telling this on the assumption that you still feel to do the job. If you've done already, show us your work, for God's sake. You're alright, lad. With that even, sure you ain't done this before? Because honestly, this ain't what you'd expect from a venture fresh off the street. I think it might be a bleeding natural, lad. Takes just the right balance of metals to produce bronze suitable for weapons and tools. This ingot you've made me, lad, it's on par with them as our veterans produce. You could take this down to Hawker's Alley and find a buyer in no time. We're watching over you, ain't no doubt about it. You got talent, lad, but don't let it go to your head. I've seen plenty of folks get drunk on early success only to puke their guts up later because they forgot that talent is worth bugger all without hard work and dedication. So I tell you what, keep it simple for now, lad. Practice the fundamentals till you can smelt bronze in your sleep. And when you've gained the kind of confidence that only comes with experience, come back and I'll teach you something new. Oh. Another aspiring armor, are you? Welcome. I'm Azov, Forge Master of this guild. I take it Goroko has explained to you the history and nature of our craft? Good. I have little to add on that front, save this. The life of armor is not an easy one. Day after day you will pit flesh and blood against iron and flame. Without a passion for the forge, you will fail, but passion alone will not make an armor of you. For the mastercraft, you must be possessed of a will as unyielding as well as your work. Knowing what lies before you, have you the fortitude to persevere? I see you have no fear of hard work. As well, consider your request to join the guild approved. If you ever give me aught less than your best, you will be out the door before you realize my boot is connected with your backside. Are we clear on that? Good. Now we understand each other, let us begin with the basics. What is your name? Artbert. Very well, Artbert. This tool is called a doming hammer. Here, grip it firmly, note its weight. Let me know when you feel comfortable with it in your hand. I'll tell you if you're holding it properly. Ah, yes. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an armor upper. Of course, I do know better. Until you craft something with that hammer of yours, you look like a babe with a rowel to me, and I have no intention of mothering you. Make no mistake, I mean to shape you into an artisan, however hard I have to pound. Save your sweat for the forge, lad. I don't expect you to fashion full suits of play on your first day. Just pay close attention to my instruction. Be diligent work, the skill will come in due time. Let's be about your first lesson, shall we? I want you to take up your hammer and make me a bronze ingot. Mundane task, I grant you, one which every armor must master. Bronze, you see, is the most basic material of the craft, and bronze ingots are its building block. It's not the strongest alloy, of course, but it is that very quality that makes bronze so easy to shape, and the metal of choice for a novice armorer. To forge your ingot, you'll need to procure 2 chunks of copper ore, a chunk of tin ore, and an ice shard. The ore can be purchased from somewhere here at the guild. The ice shard you'll have to find on your own. Well, you wait for me to swing your arm for you, or am I happy you would swing my boot? Oh, lover. Wow. There's a bronze ingot I asked for. If you can't find the ore yourself, try speaking to someone here at the guild. Complete your first task, have you? Well then, let's have a look at this ingot. This is sort of quality I expect for you, is it? For a novice armor, this is excellent work. Excellent. Well done, Artbert. The key to making good bronze is judging the ratio of copper to tin. With too much tin, the alloy becomes harder, but also more brittle. Not the sort of material you want protecting your vital organs. Lest you forget, quality is a matter of life and death in our craft. That is why we teach our initiates the ideal metallurgy composition of every item we forge. Not that all are quick to learn. There are some who seem destined to produce mediocre results, however painstaking the processes are explained. Thank you, Builder, you're not one of them. I am pleased to say that your ingot will fetch a decent price in the markets. But do not let this first success make you complacent. A single bad helm will lose you more trust than 100 good ones will win. This bad armor means dead men. It's not enough that your work be good. It must needs be consistently good. Achieving that consistency requires discipline and long hours of crafting the same item over and over, again and again. For you, this means a mountain of bronze ingots. Bronze ingots in your dreams. Bronze ingots until the process is so engraved. You wake up and find that your pillow is an ingot you made in your sleep. Wow. When you feel you have learned all you can from forging bronze ingots, seek me out and I will find you something else to craft. Be the builder, guide your hand, Artbert. And there we go. Well, we're making good progress there. Let's see. Oh yeah, I should make a portrait. We'll stick with that. Okay. Okay, first I'm going to set it to... Then we'll mess around with it from there. We'll go with that one. I really should do this. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do the rest of them off camera. Let's keep going. Let's see. Got Culinarian Marauder. We'll go to Arcanists next. Arcanist. I'm not sure which actually would be correct. Welcome to the Arcanist. Arcanist actually sounds better. Arcanist Guild is here to research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of deploying arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence, draw forth and manipulate the world's etheric energies. If you prefer an arcane art built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then your discerning intellect may find a home here at our guild. Might you consider enrolling as an initiate? Just as I predicted. Before we proceed further, however, let's first feed your appetite for knowledge with a morsel of guild history. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formula were further developed in arcane geometries, precise patterns that allow the practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Lisbon, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured positions in the realm of governance and council. The knowledge of Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Will, counting several wielders of Arcana among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. So the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist guild was established and funding was provided for research and training. The complex demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you invite us to reveal challenges, then you have but to reaffirm your commitment to joining our guild. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild? Or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? No, I'm good. Your sound judgment is to be committed. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guild master who might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary servants, however, he is unreachable at present. Yet you may speak with Mistress Thurbergen. She has shouldered full responsibility for guild leadership in the interim. You will find her just over there by the bookshelf. She needn't be shy. Though her mind sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. Yes, I am Thurbergen. Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Murray has doubtless explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me then to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. This is represented most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the person, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary, even on the field of battle. Especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence, which is to make certain the question of victory, that one must apply the most effective strategy. An Arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze the situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. So if Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Here, take this grimoire in hand, and we shall next judge your aptitude for our discipline. Yay! Okay, so between your current level class. Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. Maybe a new thing that was added. It does certainly make life easier if that's the case. It is a hefty tome, is it not? I promise you, a grimoire's weight becomes a comforting anchor amidst the shifting seas of battle. A fact you will soon discover. In Lower Nussel you will find, among others, 3 species of pests: warfrats, little laybugs, and orella. I ask that you employ your fledgling skills in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. Alright. Just 2 more classes to get, and then we're all caught up. Oh, a well-wishing welcome to you, adventurer friend. You've worked your way to Fisherman's Bottom. When you want fish for just a day, you can call a culinarian. We fishermen feast for life. I've set the bait. Think you're ready to bite? I just dropped my controller. Wah. Hooray, hooray. Looks like we've got a live one. Let me walk you through life of fishermen in Limsa Limitsa. Since we're surrounded by the seas, the fishing sites are a fisherman's delight. If you can't fish it here, you can't fish it anywhere. While some of us rope our fish in with rods and reels, others skim the seabed with nets for creepy crawly critters. You might see we cast a wide net. People prattle about our pullers just about everywhere in Limsa. There's much more I haven't mentioned. We shepherd the ships, preside over the ports, manage the mongers, all making sure not to leave any adventurers out to sea. Wage per work alone, so we'll start you off with the rod and reel. Now you may not necessarily net the numbers net fishing yields, but pole fishing positive pulls prettier prizes. And that's the long and short of it. When you're ready for another bite of bait, I'll reel you in before the guildmaster. Hate to hear your change of heart. You have. Have you? Spoken truly like a true bespoke fisherman. Well then, it's time for you to meet the guildmaster. But unfortunately, and somewhat ironically, our nefarious netmaster is out fishing at the moment. This moment and every moment that is. So Sisyphus tends to tend to tasks that require tending to. So deciding whether you'll sink or swim with our guild. Sisyphus presiding over those pools. Whenever you decidedly decide to say hello, she might seem somewhat standoffish, but she's only keeping an eye out for sharks. Be yourself and you'll have nothing to worry about. Yes, yes, save your breath. I heard every word between you and Nanamloki. So, I know she told you my role here. As she said, well, Lago's supposed to be guildmaster, but apparently he has bigger fish to fry. So all his work falls to me. Includes making sure our new fish aren't shellfish idiots or potential enemies. You've passed the first test by not laughing at that awful joke. Now you only need the right answer to this question. Are you prepared to fish like you've never fished before? Well, you're smarter than the majority of the bottom dwellers to find their way here. Welcome to the guild. Now, this wouldn't be much of a guild if we sent you out to sea with only a pole and a prayer. Suppose I can spare you a few pearls of wisdom. Bless, you're still going to need that pole and prayer. So I can at least provide you with the former. Here you go. 1 out of 2 isn't bad. I'll even throw in some lugworms, since you're not like to get far without bait. The rods we bestow upon our new fish are priceless objects, which is to say they don't cost anything. Once you know what you're doing, you'll probably want a proper one. But in the meantime, let's see if you can figure out how to hold your pole. Ready the one I gave you, and your lessons can begin. There we go for Fisher. You're looking quite formidable. Let's hope you don't scare all the fish away. Now, the first rule of fishing is to hold on to your rod. Take care of your rod, and your rod will take care of you. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. Since you're new here, we're going to start small, and they'll come much smaller than anchovies. You'll find schools of anchovies sitting around the outside of Galadian Bay, so you can catch your meager supper without even walking 10 yams. Anchovies are hardly the most cunning fish of the sea, making them an ideal first assignment. Simply bait a hook with some of those lugworms I gave you, dip in the water, fish will practically catch themselves. Meh. That's good. Sorry, my phone's on the other side of the room, so I can't check it that easily. I need to push a few buttons to open it on my computer. Give me a moment. Hopefully it opens on my right screen, not the left. Please. If it doesn't at all. I did click. Oh, there it is. One moment, I just want to check my messages quickly in case this is important. Meh. Alright, back to the game. And let's go fishing. Okay, well, it wasn't the type of fish I wanted. Again, not what we wanted. He just wants some goddamn anchovies. There it is. One down, 4 to go. Of course, it's easy to level up this class. That's number 2. Three. So, funnily enough, I already have that pack. I think one of my friends in one of my other group chats sent me it. wanted. Come on. I just want to finish the first level quests at the very least. Once I get into the grinding stages, I'm gonna wrap up for the day, I think. What? Just one more? Jeez. That's so much to ask. Yeah, this one levels up really quickly. Glad you're feeling better though, Nano. Anchovies swim off every shore of limbs elements, so you can bring them back from anywhere you like, so long as it's not the fishmongers. Here, Chovy, here, Chovy. Fearful like a feisty fish you got. It's giddy guppy. Careful they don't slip out of sight. Well, Lago, what do we owe the pleasure? The Guildmaster's gotta get after the guppies, dividing up the daily drudgery, picking out a proper potable, and some such support and service. Who gets after the Guildmaster? We have books to balance, you know. Books you should be balancing. I did my best to balance the books, but the bilge keel bent the bow back, bouncing the whole batch off the boat. So, you know, it was just an expression. But that's neither here nor there. So long as you keep at the bit, our bird and our book will balance themselves. Don't let that go to your head, of course. Any beginner can snag some anchovies. But you'll need to experiment with different lures and explore new waters if you want to catch the big ones. Fundamentals are fine, but the fun is fishing for new finds. Like my uncle always said, fishing like philandering. You never know what you'll catch. And with those well-spoken words of wisdom, we leave you to your wilds. Do. I just felt that you haven't been neglecting your duties. A commendable attitude. No one's ever gotten worse at anything by practicing. No one I know, at least. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones don't grow to be what's that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish wants. Only once their prize is at stake can you tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies is willing to sell for lugworm, but harbor herring have a discerning palate that prefers pillbugs. But don't take my word for it. Go and see for yourself. Pick up some pillbugs from Summer Hill over in West Hawker's Alley, then use them to catch 3 local harbor herring. Like anchovies, they can be caught right outside. In case you have a mind to return to your previous spots, you should know that fish aren't as foolish as most might think. Keep casting your line in the same waters and you'll find that fewer folk will take the bait. Oh, if any are. So you may have just taken up your rod, but anyone can see you've got the keen eye of fisherman. I reckon you're looking to make that eye keener still. Bigger fish, more exotic locales. Aye, that's what we all seek aim. Also happens I can tell you how to find them. The Fisherman's Guild has just finished constructing a vast boat equipped for voyages on the high sea. As far as I know, Captain, we're still looking for a band of fishermen adventurous enough to brave the deepest fishing hole of them all. If you think you're stones for, I'm sure he'd be glad to take you on. Ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba. There's knots behind these convent doors for the type like you, Gov. We're the Double Sisters of the Wise, all pure and saint-like. Now bugger off. Hang on, I thought you was just some simple errand lad. Well, I've had a proper look. You're Arbert, ain't you? Knew it. We're like to snilch all the rising talent, and what I hear, you're head and shoulders above the rest. If you can handle yourself half as well as they say, you might well be one of us. Forget all the sisterless bullocks. That's just a bit of fun to fob off the curious culls. We're a guild of rogues, mate, and it's mainly our mark, as does the praying. Me and mine work in the shadows of Limstead, taking a keen edge to the rooks and cacklers who have earned themselves a milling. We want to tout for members, where every now and again we might offer a promising young cove a place in the ranks. If you've an interest in joining us, tip us your doubles and we'll put a hilt in each one, just like the gods intended. So what do you say? Fancy learning a new trade? Good to see you're keen. But should probably warn you a few points before you dive in. Where most guilds take pride in turning their members into the best bloody candlestick makers they can be, we only care about getting a job done. Job ain't pretty. You become one of us, and you'll soon be neck deep in scum and knife fights. So if you're looking to scamper across rooftops and bilk bandies on their blunt, you best take up with a different crew. Think on that and come back if you're still keen. I'll scare you off then. They told me it was Balsam Cove, and so it's proved. You'll need every ounce of that Balsam enough. Now step inside and have a problem with Jackie. He's our upright man, the master of the guild. Yep, let's head inside the Rogues Guild. Hi, I'm the one they call Jackie. I'm surprised you've heard of me. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me your name, along with that of the kindly cove has told you mine. Aye, the famous Arbert. Well, I left past to let you in, did he? Can't throw a blade for shite, but that one eye don't miss naught when it comes sizing up a dimmer colt for the stone. Just one thing, you ain't a pirate, are you? Nope. Well then, it's time you was stalled to the rogue. Pull on your best beater cases, and I'll swear you in myself when you're ready. I could fill your walls with a storied history of our guild, but that's just woods and wind. The most important thing, the only thing we care about, is getting the job done. Most folk, I'm assuming you're among them, know long after Limsa's founding, the city was overrun by a motley collection of pirates and thieves. But as wild as that lot were, it soon became clear they'd all end up killing each other if they didn't lay down a few rules. An unspoken code of conduct, as it were. One, you don't bite the purses of your fellow Limenses. 2, you don't rook a crew out of their spoils. And 3, you don't trade coals like they was chattel. I'll admit, the finer points of the code are a mite murky. Most agree on those 3 at least. Now, you might be thinking none of that amounts to a sack of dilberries Now the Admiral's outlawed piracy, but in the back alleys and black arcs where Mirwald's grip ain't so tight, the code's still alive and well. And just as the law is enforced by the Yellow Jackets, the code is regulated by us rogues. We go where the shadows are darkest, and handle justice to them as break the code. Some rum-soaked cove steals goods from the wrong cove, and we steal them back. That's the job, my naughty lad. Of course, we don't hop the twig when blade work's called for, neither. You'll see there's more to our dagger play than just sticking culls with a pointy end. We'll weaken the mark with poison, fade away and striking the Darkmans, whatever it takes to get the work done. Albert, what do you say to that? Get the guts to do a rogue's job? Alright then, first off, we'll have to get your kit sorted out. A rogue needs to be light on his dew beaters to stay out of Mark's trail. Job might have you fighting across a deck or weaving through a mob. The last thing you want is a bleeding great battle axe will hook itself on every broken post. That's why we stick daggers. They let you slip through the streets just as easily as they slip through a rook's ribs. Here, take these stabbings and let's see how they look on you. Just don't get so excited with your new toys that you forget to dress for the role. You'd be surprised at how many colts come back to me in their bloody smallcloths. Oh, silly. Managed to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself? Well, we're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you'll want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapon. I reckon those blatant cheats in the fields outside Limsa should serve for your first lesson. Test your blade on a few of them lambs and slice up some rats and puggles for good measure. Mind that you mill them beasties one at a time, though, lad. I know you've served far worse in the past, but you're no dimmer damper with them stabbers just yet. Alright. First thing we need to do is head to Hawker's Alley. And buy the appropriate lore. Woo. One down, two to go. Come on. Just one more. Can do it. Come on. It's one more fish. Wah. There we go. Go turn in the other quests that we have up here. Another daring soul come to join our crew, eh? Then let me be the first to welcome you to the endeavor. Now, this ain't your regular fishing boat. We sail it where we please, holding only course the wind provides to us. Aye, that's the only way we can unseen know the unknown. If I may, Endeavor is the Guild's only ship of its magnitude. If we sail only where the wind pleases to take us, and not ever return to this port, the Guild may not look favorable upon such liberal use of its property. My apologies for going in introduction. I am Drishkaka, sent from the Fisherman's Guild to oversee this venture. Why am I here when the ship already has a captain, you ask? Well, as you may already know, members of our trade, Master Walligo and Captain for Zagal included, seem to have difficulties managing time. I suppose the concept becomes something of an afterthought when one becomes so focused on water surface. Regardless, I am here to ensure the ship adheres to its schedule, both by managing its finances and ensuring new crew members board smoothly. Endeavor shall embark upon any number of predetermined routes, each of which have this port as their final destination. Rest assured, if you fail to join one voyage, the ship shall return before long. The route we travel will be determined by our departure time, and you may speak with me if you wish to know the route before boarding. Pray bear in mind that we must keep to a strict schedule. We cannot take on more crew members after we begin boarding, and there are no exceptions to this rule, even for captains. I hear you. When we board the ship is when we get to the exciting part. Fishing. Here, take these lures. They're certain to attract something worth displaying on your wall, or at the very least, worth eating. Should be enough to last for one voyage at least. If you're looking for other kinds of bait, you can buy it here on the docks or on the ship. Try to switch it up now and then, because if you only use the same baits, you're only going to keep catching the same fish, and that ain't why we do this, is it? And one last thing. While the Shraka here may be in charge of the particulars on land, once we're on the ship, it's my word you'll heed. So when I say we're fishing here or we're sailing there, I won't hear no objections. As long as we're clear on that, I believe there'll be bounteous fishing for all. With that, the Endeavor is yours to board. If you wish to enter the ship, or if you would like a detailed explanation of what it is we do, you need only ask. So the way I'm going to be doing this once I've actually... Okay, potential crew members may register aboard the Endeavour in 15-minute intervals occurring every 2 hours. However, the Endeavour will depart early if the number of crew members reaches 24. Bring me 3 Harbor Herring Arbor. This will test your ability to use pillbugs as bait and your ability to count. The ability to count part was a bit mean. Nothing better than salted Harbor Herring. See if perhaps fried Harbor Herring or grilled. Nope, definitely salted. You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. A good gamble until the game got gargantuan. Guess I got greedy. But where did you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. God, what Guildmaster gotta do to garner a grain of gratitude? Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable. I'll sail the seas and stare at everything that's swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them you meant fish and not lady divers. All you ever brought back were stories about carousing with trollops. Of course, that's a little dance. But chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbor herring are what's important. Namely, the lesson of thinking from the perspective of fish when selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind of a fish. So here is a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observations and jot down notes, eventually all will be gibberish. Well, take some time to study up, but be careful not to fry your fish brain near your next lesson. Yep. Do 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 do. All right. Next stop. Yeah, Zephyr Gate. Oh my goodness. Go. Oop. Yeah. 1 moment, be right back. Alright. Alright, I don't feel like participating in these fates because I have things I need to get done. Alright. We're in slightly better gear for this class. Then we'll get even better gear as we level up. Yeah, we've unlocked chocobo porters now. Yay! Out to the other gate. Just keep an eye out for any enemies. That are in the hunting log. One more. It's not that far of a walk. Alright. I think we'll return to town. And then turning in these quests will be a good way to start the next stream. Because we'll likely have other quests we'll unlock at the same time. Because we'll level up again. But yeah, it's quite late. I should be heading to bed soon as I do have work in the morning. We'll resume this when I'm next at home. Because I'm going to be at my partner's tomorrow. So, yeah. Actually, I really want to finish these quests at the very least. I'll finish these quests and then... Okay. I see the creatures beyond those sea walls pose a little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiating the guild. From this day forth, we will proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue for ways into the wilderness. Keep the pages of Grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. If you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. Ah, our bird isn't dead. Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must often remind my Arcanists to take meals. So as gone do they become in their studies. Speaking of such, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with the previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Nacia, 3 wild dodos, and 3 tiny magicals to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of opponents, find the effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for lunch. Okay, more enemies to kill. That's fine, can do that later. Actually, let's go finish this quest. You looking to head inside? Yes. Done with your milling, are you? You can never have enough blade practice, me young colt. In fact, I'll even add a list of marks your hunting log. Pit yourself against the lot, and you'll soon learn some new steps for your dance with the daggers. Aye, you must think of yourself as a dancer, nobbly and butcher. You only need so much force to ram a short blade to the hilt. Precision and speed, that's how you get the most out of your stabbers. Bulky armor will only have you plodding about like an ungainly auroch, so make sure you're wearing gear will let you move freely as well. Alright, get your blade work up to scratch, Albert. I might just have a job for you. Alright. I need to run to the toilet and do something else quickly, but then we'll be back and we'll resume this and do a few more things. So see you all in a bit.
And I'm back. Let's continue where we left off. Okay. Oh yeah. Alright. I intend to go for, I think, another 30 minutes properly. Pretty sure Wild Dodo is also on the list, so...
Sorry. Got really quiet there. I was just so focused. Let's go to the Fisherman's Guild. And then make our way. Go get some training. Oh there. But must say, you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. Reckon you're good and ready for your first assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stow my wids and let you get on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged in the shadows, there might be a couple of things what you ain't yet familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know. That's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Limsa Laminsa. So why do you think there's still so many Southern pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for them to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is apply to serve the Thalocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the All-Goats come home, so long as he only targets vessels that belong to the Garlean Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, there's plenty of looting to go around. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder, then sail back here to Limsa to offload the spoils. And that's where this particular case went sour. So this one crew got their fumbles on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was rooked out of their hull by some heavy-handed coves. If you'll recall, that don't sit well with code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. And speaking of visiting rogues, Underfoot, over here, lad. I want the pair of you working together on this. Pass sentence on them code-defiant rooks and bite back that Magitech part. What's the cult need me for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't ya? It's Arbor's first assignment. You'll go along and give him the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of new... Bugger it. Yes, I guess we're to be partners for them. Now, the name's Piramu Haramu, but most of my fellows here call me Underfoot. You might seem a touch reluctant, but Piramu's one of the best. Just do as he says, then you'll get the job done. Alright, then the young rogue. Seeing as this is your first official outing, I want to be sure your down steps are up to the task. I'm doing alright. Bit tired now as it's quite late on my end. But, it's alright. Can go for a bit longer. With them short blades, you need to get good and close to your mark, aye? But we ain't bleeding swabs and shining armor, and a lighter kit where ain't much protection from a click to the gown. So if you don't fancy splitting blood and teeth, your best defense is simply not being there when your mark winds up to land nasty clout. Sliding round to a flank usually does a trick. There's some rum fun every rogue should master, the shade shift. Clear your mind and trust in your speed. You can leave an axe-wielding brute or spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his gut. Right now it's time you put this lesson to practice against some of those or your landlord in Austria. I hope you was paying attention, lad. This tickles can pack a wallop. Enjoy. Mama. Alright. Well, I'm in the UK, and it's midnight for us. Yep, which means you're a full... Yeah, that means you're a full 5 hours behind me. Which will put you somewhere on the East Coast. But yeah, I'm in England, so it's after midnight for us, and I do have to be up in a few hours for work, so I need to wrap us up soon. Oh, well, that link doesn't work anymore because I have been inactive on my PayPal. Should really update that at some point. Ah, well. Welcome back, Aubrey. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is processing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Mill FK requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have had several crates transported cliffs south of Zephyr Gate. Some of those crates and return the expect cargo here to me. Yep, roughly. You'll be surprised at the depths to which some merchants will sink to deter our customs agents forming thorough investigations. False bottoms, rotting foodstuff, flesh-eating Vilekin. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality. Yeah? Oh, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. And welcome to the Fennec Legion. But yeah, I have been going for quite a while. Hard to believe that we're only into, like, that 5 hours in, and I've only done, like... I've got one class to level 10. And a bunch of others to level 5. Like, it is... surprising sometimes just how much... you end up, how much content there is even in the early part of this game. Alright. Oop. Hello. Who reads a book in the rain? I am not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present. Allow me a moment to cogitate. Oh, a lot of different games, really. Most recently, I finished a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage. Previously, we've played Mass Effect.
Oh, to be honest, there's a lot of different things I've played. Give me one moment. I can't remember if I've got this in my... Oh, don't worry. I'm very early into the story, so there's not much to follow along to. But, give me one moment. I'm just trying to... There it is. Paste. There's my YouTube. A link to my YouTube if you fancy checking out any of my older streams, as after each stream I upload it to my YouTube so that I don't lose it when the 60-day period that Twitch gives you for keeping your videos goes away. But I've played a lot of different things. Basically played through the entire Mass Effect series. Played through the entire Assassin's Creed series. Been working through Final Fantasy. Played through Kingdom Hearts. Wow. Just, yeah. Quite a bit. Forget sometimes just how many series I've actually worked through on this channel. I was quickly checking something. There. Right. A friend of mine made it. What do I have? I think I had a command for pulling up him and his Twitter. Give me a moment, I'll see if I can find that. There it is. There it is. Yeah, I'm an Arctic Fennec, so cute. Right, anyways. The effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. Whilst you battled, wheels of the mind whirled into motion, as they want to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Well, you're welcome to answer any questions you want, and if you ever think of ones you want to ask outside of the stream, you're welcome to send messages via the group chat and talk to me there about those things. Yeah, I'm keeping things simple right now because honestly, a lot of the things I could add are stuff I'm not really up for doing. I want to go through it with a friend of mine in person who's pretty successful on Twitch and see if he can help me upgrade things a bit and get it looking a bit better. That's something I'll be talking about with him in person. So, I say, taking into account your current level of ability, factoring in the etheric constant, multiplying the number of opponents, and applying your tactics, other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear. My calculus is failure upon encountering threat level 785. Jesus Christ. What is your metric for that, lady?
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. though the opportune way to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Kalia, a Malvain Gate Assessor. Acting Guildmaster Reborn elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail regarding the choice of arcane geometries. Not sure, really. While I may have a lot of followers, I am not part of the affiliate program, so I can't really comment on how any of that works. Or whether or not that actually affects anything. I mostly just do this for fun, so, you know. I enjoy playing games and sharing my joy of things with others, so. I do have a wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influenced your actions during battle? I simply do what feels right. Just as I predicted. Now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an arcanist of note is 90%, give or take 0.5%. I don't think I can yet, because unfortunately for me, with regards to becoming an affiliate, last I checked, I was still not quite there. If I am, then I need to do some messing around and fix that, because if I just reached affiliate, that's news to me. I'll need to look at that later and see what's happening. Yes, Zuri is quite high. After all, I only know of one other who did respond to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying thing. Strategies we will use to manipulate one situation with desired reality. How gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. Maybe later. Right now I just want to focus on the stream and playing the game. A session can focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Master with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mistress Thurgowill is awaiting some inspected cargo. Yeah. If you feel like sharing anything with that, like that with me, just join the Discord, message them in there. I'm sure we can, I'd love to take a look at things that way. And one myself, I am off to the fields, of course. Attack, as I reasoned out earlier, must be attempted in real-life scenarios. There is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. Meet again soon. Yep, that's the point. I will be able to look at it later. Right now, though, I'll pop this in again now because it's scrolled away, but there's a link to the actual Discord server, so you can send things in there. There's a few other streamers that are part of part of the group, so I'm sure they'd appreciate seeing some things too. And I can look at them after the stream when I have a bit more time on my hands. Okay, over to here for the next bit of hunting. Back to the guild hall. Yay! Always good to have new people join. Alright, to Fisherman's Guild. So get us close to where we need to be for the Rogues Guild. I do kind of wish the Rogues Guild had their own little aetherite, but I know the reason they don't is because the Rogues Guild was added after the fact. What originally part of the game? You looking to head inside? Yes, I am. So practicing, this thing of them tentacle buggers will soon teach you to stay on your toes, eh? Now we've got your blood rushing, I'd say it's time to get down to work. First thing first, we need to track down them ale coves were rooked that Magitech gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. Guild thrives on information, you see. And we've agents scattered far and wide with their glazes keen and their wattles to the ground. Let's pay us a visit to Tawan at the Drowning Wretch. Ask her a weak ale and see what that gets us. I'm not setting you up for a laugh, lad, trust me. Alright, we should go to the aft castle. Yep. Welcome to Drowning Ranch. What's your pleasure, sir? Never all my days. You may serve some cheap grow on the wench, but not that was watered down. If our usual way is too bold for your taste, I'd like to order from the underground menu. It's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charm. Something in particular I could help you with? Trouble over that Magitech, Luke. It was not a subtle job. The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Demolishers. Wow. They seem to be enamored of court dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seasoned Garlean machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumors say that the Demolishers visit beasts from Camden Mill can also defense their goods. And those goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. Magic goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a mark. What is L? What is that meant to be? 93? I think that's right. Anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. If you need to steal the device back, then your trail leads to the goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lad. Meet me across the river from the camp, and we'll plan our next move. Okay, we'll go do that in a bit. First things first. All right, almost there. Bert, have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be ordered, relatively clear of blood and other gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Killia regarding your performance. She seems eager to continue training. And that's something, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. It would do well to heal the instruction she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach to our art. You perhaps noticed the battered tome Killia carries? That Initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanuma has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides through Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective somewhat. Enough of such matters for the moment. You have done well this day, Arbert. Continue your practices with Carbuncle, as Killia has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. There we go. Zephyr Gate to the target location. Get your noggin down, Hartbert. I've been snilching the action across the way there. No sign of demolishers, but I did see one of them gambler called stuffing the gully and gadget into his backpack. No one would steer us, right? This is your chance, lad. Clout that gambler Cobby and grab that device. I've lost track of which Cobby it was, but I'm thinking it's that's on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blast. Twisting and dodging in the middle of a fireball save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. Was it just the one? Okay. Okay. L is 50. So it was 43. That's the way, lad. There was not for me to do but sit on me daddles and watch. So you got the goods then? This is the device, and no mistaken. Let's get back to Gilday. We still owe them Demolisher bastards a million, but they'll keep for the now. Here, you should be the one to deliver the prize to Jack. It was your hand that snatched it out of the goblin's paws, after all. Captain, I say, some fiend has perpetrated violence upon our goblin colleagues whilst we sought but to wet our throats with fine libations. This will not stand, Captain. Our finely filched loot has been pilfered from under our noses. Blast and bother. My blood boils and bubbles with the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but they shall be made to pay, and pay dearly. With me, my fine fellows. Huzzah! Oh, God. They're those type of people. Ugh. Let's go turn in this quest, and then I think I'll be calling it for the day. It's been a good stream, and it's definitely been longer than I think I planned, but I do need to get ready for work in the morning, so that'll be an early start. Ugh. Ah. You're looking to head inside? Yes. You managed to grab all that fire mechanism yet? Yep, here it is. Yeah, still in one piece too. Done well for your first assignment, lad. It don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to cloy this here bauble. They'll be pleased to see it snatched back from the rough ones. We've yet to do the day demolished, Jack. The job ain't over. You're right, Foot. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh, this is not at all what I expected from the inside of a convent. And who might you be, sirs? Your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect, our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror? We are deadly, dastardly, and dictionally devilish. Quail before the dainty demolishers. Hardly dainty, their leader. Captain, I say, there's the cad who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur. He is a self-same simpleton whom we trailed unnoticed his very establishment. Surprise, surprise! Now, my dear dandies, let us not be unpleasant. We should endeavor to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or other less diplomatic methods. At least not yet. You there, yes, the clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch me your superior. One of your colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until the proper restitution has been paid. Oh, an errand boy now, am I? Yeah, the laugh was warranted. Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? This place, I suppose, is some manner of convent. The one-eyed doorman named it the Dutiful Sisters of the Edelweiss, or some such. And you've yet to realize your mistake. Your favorite sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarren across the threshold. Threaten me, boy? I'll have my fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserve of dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with upstarts. You still don't understand, do you? There are but three sorts of culls what the doorman will let pass. Clients, recruits. God, spit! I'll kill you all! Didn't even have to try. Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt a lady when she's talking? You'd have learned that the third sort of cult is a bollocks for brains mark, or march yourself right into the rogue's den. Rogues? But we were so careful. I had heard tales in my pirate days, stories about the merciless wraiths who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves they were. The knives and the shadows. You can't be them. You're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the day demolishes is not so easily cut. To the hells with your deceptions. Huzzah! Huzzah for my fallen comrades! Ooh, the animation for that! I love what they do with special animations. Deception. Aye. Anyone you meet could be a rogue captain, even a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string him up someplace in town. Oh. And now the job's done. Quite an introduction you had there, eh? Yep. Welcome to Limsa Laminsa's ever-churning underbelly, where the thieves shed their skins and become rogues. I'm not much for discussing the old days, but since it's come up, I might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves what protected the code were dimmer dampers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among the pirate crews. They bit back the goods, what was wrongly bitten, and came for the guilty under cover of dark ones. Upright thief became a title for these coves, were dealt in sanctioned stealing and milling. but it was only those who had cut all ties with the Buccaneer life who was accepted to the ranks, conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild and even their own way of speaking, and what was once pirates was pirates no more. Later on, when Melo took the Admiral's chair, the Upright Thieves agreed to abide by her laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark the change, and altered our recruiting policy to accept venturers like yourself. Although the title is different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code and preserve the underground society which spawned us. Just as you've done with this assignment. Keep up the good work, Ardbert, and you'll go far in the shadows. Alright. And that just leaves quests that are over by where the story continues. Which I am gonna do, but that'll be a thing for next time. Right now I want to wrap up the stream by just stopping off at the Aft Castle to go into our room, store away some gear that we're not using. Sure. But I can't let you stay until Battleron gives a say-so. Aww. So we can't actually go in there yet. The Smiths. The members of the Adventures Guild are trusted with the task of bringing assistance to new adventurers. You're going to take up possibilities stretching out before you must be positive and daunting. Adventurers as fledgling heroes. You are our champions tomorrow, are stars of limitless potential. My fellow Smiths and I are here to provide you with guidance. Guild also enlists a cadre of veteran adventurers who will be happy to share with you their accumulated wisdom. You can recognize as helpful men and women the title of Mentor. Mentors stand ready to advise you on any expert venturing, 100 quests under their belts, and will likely have solutions for whatever dilemma might be causing you trouble. Mentor may even offer to accompany you on your adventures. Highly recommend Legend of Mentor's Aid to enrich your experience in Eorzea. Praetor has asked me if you would like to know more. It's applied to all players on their adventures. Among Azer's thriving population, there are seasoned players known as mentors. New adventurer mentor, will receive a bonus or invitation by a mentor, also gain access to the novice network. Alright. Well, we can't go into rest place, but screw it. I'm not ready to finish. I want to go to where the story continues. It's another sanctuary zone, so if we go there, we'll at least be in a better position. Also, yeah, 11, 7, and 7. We're doing well right now for leveling up our classes. Nope. Not joining the fate. Just want to go up this hill. Check in with the Chocobo Keep. Sync up with this. Now we can teleport. Some Farms bears the charge of the Admiral's Settlement Initiative. We reward handsomely brave new frontier. If we fail to fill our part of bargain, the ground will be drawn. In spite of this, the washed-up pirates elect to laze their days away. It's all time. When you only clear away the rocks and debris in the area, deemed settled. If you're willing to help, we'll find a shovel outside that hut on the hillside. Oh. Okay, this is an easy one. Just go to the strewn debris and clear it. And done. Yay. Go turn in this quest. Certainly proven you are not one to let obstacles stand your way. If only the supposedly pirates were half as industrious as you. Expanding borders is all well and good, but they have a lot to know. Rugged frontiers can't be stopped by the layabouts. Prudence befits his hosts, the watchman. Always seeing threats far over the horizon, which is well and good. Slug and swarming at our gates demand my immediate attention before ugly heads haven't reared themselves in recent memory. Still, I know better than to disregard the bidding of the Yellow Jackets. There we go. Except for the helmet, which still will benefit from that. Ah, you must be the adventurer Battleron promised to send along. Arbiter Zem, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stalwern, the old bastard, as Battleron likely described me. This here is my humble orchard. Good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. The Calamity did it for our ship like I did so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Willis' initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the fields seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. Unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. So much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. That'll do it, yeah. One officer wishes to inspect your equipment and thereby gauge your readiness. I have a mind to set you a task, Azam. Before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand? It might well be that the ones here have traded the cutlasses for courtiers, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back and think you're good your head, body, hands, legs, and feet with gear of item level 5 or greater and speak with them. Am I fully kitted out? 5, 11. Huh. Apparently. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, as long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. Ursula Buccaneer are an ordinary lot. They rage in love for the sea and care little for the laws of the land. But they respect strength. By looks of you, I'd say you'll have a little trouble getting their attention. Okay. So, that aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you right, for I have a task that requires attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Potentially. Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa as they pluck from the face of Hydeland, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure tattooed faces have been creeping up to the edges of the field and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced they're the kidnappers of rumor, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry and their work suffering for it. It's the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. There's a struggle to get them to leave the farmhouse most of the morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Of course. Good lad. The sooner we get the bomb the sooner this place starts to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful though, Zem. I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreant we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? Yeah, I can go and investigate. Can't even rely on those rotten pirates to pick these ripe oranges. If I leave them a day longer, they'll like to fall from the boughs. Perhaps you can grab a few, mate. We're not afraid of pesky hornet or two, are you? Okay. I think this is actually a good place to stop, because I know that the mission we're about to do is going to take us over to meet somebody who's going to be very important to the story going forward.
So I think it's a good place to stop and end it for today. It's been fun. I certainly look forward to continuing this another time. Until then, as always, I've been Sparks, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. See yas!